everything.
Evan, Kenzie, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
We had an incident on my safari. Our guide said to us, his name was Equalizer, Equa.
Wait, I'm sorry, the guy's name was Equalizer. There's no way his name was actually
That's what he told us to call him, Equalizer.
You think his birth name was Equalizer, like Equalizer Jones?
You act like crazier things have not happened.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
ESPN presents the NHL Stadium Series in a most unexpected place. A hockey takeover of Tampa, Florida and Raymond James Stadium, where the Boston Bruins collide with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Two teams take their shot at a one-of-a-kind game. The 2026 Navy Federal Credit Union NHL Stadium Series. Bruins, Lightning, Sunday at 6:30 Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app.
Amber and Ian.
I like Keon Coleman, but he has not lived up to the guy that I thought they were getting. When you go hammer down on the coaching staff, that was beyond aggressive, throwing your coaching staff right underneath the bus.
I just didn't think what he said was like that crazy. The only part of it that was a little unusual was that he took a shot at Keon Coleman, and he's still on the team.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. ESPN's College Game Day, the podcast.
These days in college sports, Jerry Tarkanian would no longer be an outlier. Jerry Tarkanian be acquired. We encourage people to break contracts, and find loopholes, and sue, and pressure, and play victim. We don't care. Everything is just straight up, bare knuckle, brawling.
Listen to the College Game Day podcast with Reese Davis and Pete Thamel, wherever you listen to podcasts.
The NFL Pro Bowl games are back. The league's biggest stars of the year show off on a brand new stage in San Francisco, celebrating the season with an AFC-NFC showdown, flag football style. One game, all the sellers. The 2026 Pro Bowl games, powered by Verizon. Tuesday, February 3rd at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
This is Freddie and Harry.
Plenty of those naysayers have to shut it down for at least a couple of weeks involving Sam Darnold, because the only way they were going to be quiet would be if he not just played well against the opposing defense, but outplayed the opposing quarterback.
That's right.
For the first time in a long time, with a guy of that caliber involving Matthew Stafford, when many people did not think for 1 second that was going to happen.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Hey, did you miss Clinton and Friends?
Mike in Texas, what's up?
Man, dude, part of the beauty of this is just listening to other people's calls and listening to y'all. Man, I thought it was a question about A.J. Brown, and then that bum called about LeBron. This is why you're the best, man. It doesn't matter what day of the week, you turn it on, you get straight fire gold.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Did I give you bumpers?
On the ESPN app.
The Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny.
John Harbaugh to the Giants, Kevin Stefanski to the Falcons, Sean McDermott fired, on top of course, Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh being fired, Jeff Hafley to the Dolphins, Robert Saleh to the Titans. Which surprises you the most?
The McDermott one was the biggest. It felt like he was coaching for his job in a way that we didn't.
I was reading yesterday.
Before.
Check out the Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hello, welcome in. Happy Tuesday, happy noontime. Shane Dennis Show, Jack Johnson with us too. Hear from him shortly. We'd love to hear from you. We'll be on air for the next couple of hours. We got a little bit of everything. Got a couple of interviews. We got a couple different sports we need to cover. We'll be kind of all over the place a little bit in this vast wilderness that is a week that doesn't have KU or Wichita State playing basketball, but K-State is. So we can look forward to that, react to it tomorrow, et cetera, et cetera. But we want to know what's on your mind. Specifically, if you'd like to text us. I'm a big text guy, and pretty much everybody else is too. You can't go 5 minutes without either looking at your phone or texting somebody. So you might as well text us. We got a dedicated text line for you. Whatever you want to say or talk about or ask, you can do it on the text line. You can also win something today on the text line because, it's Tuesday. That text number is 316-247-0923. So if you got something to say, no matter what it is, you can text 316-247-0923. I see those texts. Chance Lebo, he's filling in for Pat today. He sees them. Pat, the aforementioned Pat Strathman, he sees them too. So if you got anything that you want any of us to notice or read, then go for it. If you want to call, you can. You can use the hotline. We're going to use it at least twice today in order to do some interviews. But if you want to call us, the hotline's 316-669-4996. So you can use that at your leisure too. You can live stream the show. We're at our Equity Bank Park studio. And whenever we live stream it on X/Twitter, Facebook, or our YouTube channel. So head on over to any of those places and literally check us out. You can watch us here at our Equity Bank Park studio. 3 different ways on our socials for you to follow us that way. And as a little added bonus, you got the show's scheduled down there at the bottom as you're watching. So go ahead and do that if you're allowed, if you're able. If you're in your cave, you work from home, you're certainly don't have to worry about sneaking in the Shane Dennis Show for your boss. And also, if you'd like to listen in other ways, but you can't watch, download our ESPN Wichita app. Go to espnwichita.com or turn your radio to 92.3 FM. All those ways will allow you to listen to us, not just me, but the station all day long. Got the New Day with SSJ in the mornings, Clinton and Friends, Rich Eisen, me, the Pulse, and the program all day long. Got all those at your fingertips or near your radio dial. It is January 27th, and we're headed for a high in Wichita today of 34 degrees. So we will get above freezing a little bit. It's sunny-ish. So hopefully a lot of those mountains of snow and every other parking lot will start to melt and we'll start to warm up. All right. Tell you what we're going to talk about here in just a second. But before we do, Jack tells us a joke at about this time every day. We call it our moment of levity. Jack, what you got?
There are knee-deep snowdrifts in my yard from the howling winds yesterday and last night. It is negative 36 degrees with a wind chill of negative 54. On the bright side, I haven't seen a single mosquito in weeks. It's evening time. Little Johnny and his friend are sitting by a campfire. They've been plagued by swarms of mosquitoes already for an hour, and the assault only worsens when the darkness sets in. Suddenly, fireflies appear, and little Johnny exclaims, "These darn mosquitoes, now they've even brought lanterns to find us."
Man, that was something. All right. It's January 27th. It's National Chocolate Cake Day. I just might have to partake. National Plan for Vacation Day. It's a good day for it. It's cold. It's in the wintertime. Give you something to look forward to. Plan your vacation day is the last Tuesday in January. That would be today. Also, Holocaust Remembrance Day. Every year, Jan 27, the world remembers one of the most horrific events in modern history. Holocaust occurring during World War II, Nazi Germany, killing millions of innocent victims. Hashtag Holocaust Remembrance Day. That's today. And also Vietnam Peace Day, commemorating the signing of the Paris Peace Accords ending America's involvement in the Vietnam War. That was today, too. Birthdays today, got a couple notable ones. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, 1756. Samuel Gompers, 1850. In 1849, Harry S. Truman nominated him to the United... Sorry. Gompers founded the American Federation of Labor in 1866. Or 1886, rather. Served as its president on multiple occasions, including the last 3 decades of his life. Born 1850. All right. Here's what we're going to talk about today. We have the Super Bowl kind of around the corner, but there has already been a 7-figure wager on the Super Bowl. Tell you what that is and who they bet on coming up here in just a second. We will have some basketball talk, second segment. Mark Wise, good friend of the show, basketball analyst for ESPN and the SEC Network. He will join us at 12:25. Got a lot of questions to ask Mark regarding the landscape of college basketball. So a little college hoops talk with him. Get his thoughts on BYU Arizona last night and from this past weekend, among other games, Texas Tech over Houston. Plus, he has WSU's next game, Sunday down in Tulsa. So we'll get his thoughts on that and the old Shocks. Mark Wise joining us, hour number 1. Top Golf Twitter question, the end of hour 1. Jordan Foote, top of hour 2, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Jordan's Juicy Takes. Get his thoughts on the Super Bowl, the championship games, etc. And a very exciting, or at least I'm excited, Ask the Producer. And not that I don't trust Jack, because I do. 100%. But the topic of ATP today will remain under wraps until we get to 125. And I cannot wait. This should be fun. I don't know about y'all. Of course, y'all don't know because I won't tell you. But 125 ought to be fun. Let me just say that. And then at the end of the show, I'm old Jack Young. We always do that in the last full segment of the show. We normally have Pat join us with a little crosstalk, get you ready for the pulse. But Chance is setting in for Pat today. So it'll be him. So we'll talk to him and celebrate some birthdays, anniversaries, etc. That's coming up at the end of the show. So you have your numbers. Use them, or you got your topics, I should say, and you have your numbers. So text us. I would suggest that if you want to further the conversation once we get to the topic that suits you. And also, I guess I should add this. If you want me to ask questions to the guys or gals that I'm interviewing from time to time, highly suggest you go to the text line. If you have a question that you would like to have a guest answer, then might as well go to the text line. So you can do that. 316-247-0923. So the Super Bowl is coming up here in a couple of weeks. And the fact that it's the Seahawks and the Patriots in Super Bowl 60 has not stopped one sports bettor from laying down a cool $1 million on the game. Already big bets coming in a little over a day after we decided who was going to be in the Super Bowl. The Seahawks, I believe, opened at 4.5-point favorites. Maybe it opened at 5.5, but that might fluctuate from here until Super Bowl Sunday. But Seahawks, a favorite over the Patriots. Of course, it's the biggest betting event in the U.S. annually. And now in so many states that it's legal, we're talking about billions of dollars will be laid down on the final football game of the year. But one bettor has already placed a 7-figure wager on the game. This, according to Circa Sports, reported on Monday that a bettor wagered $1.1 million on the Patriots money line in Super Bowl 60. So straight up winner by the Patriots at plus 188. If New England wins the game, the bettor will take home just under $2.1 million. It is indeed the first seven-figure wager on the game, but probably won't be the last. The largest reported futures wager still alive for New England is $30,000 on the Patriots to win the Super Bowl at 22-1 odds. And this is, of course, the odds fluctuate a little bit depending on where you go. This was at a BetMGM, but a $30,000 future on the Patriots to win the Super Bowl pays out $660,000. So 22-1, that's what a $30,000 wager will get you. But there's already been a seven-figure bet laid down on the Super Bowl, and it's Patriots money line at plus 188. So how unlikely is this Super Bowl? Ben Fox from Yahoo Sports wrote a pretty good article regarding New England and Seattle. The Seahawks, and we'll hear plenty about this during the week. I promise you that. Not only this week, but certainly next week. With Sam Darnold being the quarterback of the Seahawks, you would imagine that their odds to make it to the Super Bowl were pretty long. And you'd be right. Seahawks entered week one, 60-1 odds to win Super Bowl 60. And they are our favorite, as I mentioned. And the Patriots were 80-1, even though they kind of had everybody's darling Drake May as their quarterback, but their odds were longer. And Seattle had the 9th fewest wagers to win Super Bowl 60. And the Patriots had the 11th fewest takers to win the Super Bowl. Less than 1% of futures came in on the Seattle Seahawks winning, and only 1.3%, just a few more, had the Patriots winning the Super Bowl. That makes this year's title game the most unlikely Super Bowl matchup by preseason odds in at least 50 years. And the closest approximation, you'd have to go all the way back to 1982, when the Joe Montana-led San Francisco 49ers, a very young Joe Montana, took on the Bengals in Super Bowl 16. The Niners that year were 50-1 in the preseason. The Bengals were 60-1. And that game actually closed with the 49ers as a 1-point favorite. And the 49ers won the game 26-21. And that kicked off their run of pretty dominant play in the 80s. 49ers, I mean. And again, this is an article on Yahoo Sports. Ben Fox wrote it. It's a pretty interesting read. And looking across the other major North American sports leagues, the only championship game / series matchup that was more unlikely based on preseason odds was the 1991 World Series between the Twins and the Braves. The Twins were 80-1 at season start. The Braves were 200-1. So a little bit of Super Bowl talk to maybe whet your appetite just a little bit. Super Bowl 60 a week from Sunday. And our very own Pat Strathman will have coverage for you from Super Bowl Radio Row, Santa Clara. That starts next week, and he will tell you all about that when he comes back tomorrow. I'm quite sure of that. And that was what I was kind of sitting on a little bit, and didn't want to let the cat out of the bag. But you guys find out sooner or later. So now you know. We will again have a presence Super Bowl Radio Row, and Pat will have all kinds of audio interviews, slants, angles, and off-the-wall interviews as only Super Bowl Radio Row can have them. Jack, just between you and me, if you had the chance to go to Radio Row, would you?
I need to be polite about this. I
understand.
I would never.
Wow.
Want to do it. Never would.
Okay. Let me rephrase.
Okay. Yeah,
let me rephrase. You'll get a credential, but you don't really have to do anything. You can just go.
No.
Really?
Nope.
Okay, go on.
It completely depend on the city. Now, let me say this. It's not that I have anything against the Super Bowl, the NFL. Like I went down to Radio Row in New Orleans for the Final Four, and though it's a really cool experience of you sit down at this table and there's just an abundance of people to talk to, it's a little bit overwhelming where it's just everything is so quick. Where when I ever do interviews, I love to sit down. It's like we have the
This
time.
is where I really
We have
don't
30 minutes.
this is where I really don't envy Pat because he's got to deal with this. Yeah.
It's like clockwork. It's like you get this guy for 3 minutes, you get this guy for 4 minutes, you get this guy for 5 minutes, go, and you have no preparation for these.
Exactly.
That's why it's so impressive that a lot of these people, including Pat, are able to do it. So Radio Row in the Final Four, it was cool to see a lot of these big talking heads, but you don't really. It's just like it's like a dating thing. The dating tables where they just
speed
bring the
dating
next person around over. Speed dating, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
And that was quite a headache when I went down there. The second part is when I was at the All-Star game for Major League Baseball. I've told people before that's probably the one and only time I'd want to do that, because to do it again, it's just there's 400 people in a press box, and then these media scrums, there's 70 people to it, where you don't really get. I'm more of I would like to have the personal connection one-on-one with interviews rather than you got 2 minutes with this guy, ask him the basic questions that he knows how to answer, and then it's just over and over again.
And then
I'll tell you this,
it's whatever they're pushing too, right? Because they all have something to pub.
Yeah, I'd much rather be sitting in this chair doing whatever I can to help out Pat at Radio Row. But if I was given free anything to go do Radio Row, I'd politely decline.
And that is, and not to make anybody feel sorry for Pat, but that is the epitome of it's not all fun and games. Like the experience, it's one of a kind, but that doesn't mean it's easy or necessarily fun all the time, because Pat, I know from sitting next to him after he gets back, like runs ragged from the time he gets there until the time he comes back. But all that being said, I think he secretly does like it. Pat, I'm talking about and speaking for. And I do know that all the audio that he gets is pretty awesome. It's pretty kick-ass. And he gets to talk to a lot of famous and cool and unique people on Radio Row. And he will be next week representing ESPN Wichita at the Super Bowl. And that in and of itself is cool, because I don't know any other radio station for miles around that gets the opportunity to bring you what we bring you. And we've done it pretty much every single year that we've been in existence. So kudos to Pat in a preemptive strike here. I know he's not here to defend himself, but a preemptive way to go, Pat. Represent us well. I'm sure he will. And thank you to Union Broadcasting, Pinnacle Media, the entity that is ESPN Wichita. And Pat will do his very best to bring you all the not only sounds, but sights and sounds probably of Radio Row. I'm actually kind of looking forward to that. It just dawned on me since we live stream the show when we're here. I bet you he'll give you a peek of what it actually looks like on Radio Row. Not to put any extra pressure on him, but that'll be fun. And he'll be back in the captain's chair tomorrow. Chance is in for him today, bringing you the pulse from 2 to 4. So a little Super Bowl talk, and I'm sure that will ramp up quite a bit over the next few days and into next week, obviously, with Pat being there. All right, we're off and running. When we return, we need to talk a little college basketball. Boy, the last 3 or 4 days, there have been some marquee matchups, and over the next week or two, they keep on coming. There's one big one tonight, too, and we'll talk about it with Mark Wise He's a basketball analyst for ESPN, the SEC network. He's been on multiple times. Always love talking college basketball with Mark. So we'll get with him on the other side of this break. Then we'll get to the Top Golf Twitter question. Comes your way at the end of hour one. Jordan Foote, about 40 minutes from right now, talk a little football. Talk about the AFC and NFC championship games, the coaching carousel, all that straight ahead. But first, Mark Wise, when we come back, talking a little college hoops.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Protect your playbook and your business with Red Axe Shredding. From paper to hard drives, they securely destroy it all. From home offices to large businesses, Red Axe offers secure on-site and off-site shredding you can trust. Fast, affordable, and 100% confidential. Call Red Axe Shredding today at 316-869-2215 or visit redaxe.co. Trust the pros. Shred with Red Axe.
Head to Gillies Park City for live music and our legendary Honky Tonk. See Neon Profits January 30th and 31st. Wednesdays belong to the ladies. No cover, just good times. Play for a chance to win a 2026 Chevy Trail Boss to be given away January 31st at 10 p.m. Get double entries on Mondays and Tuesdays this month. Every Monday and Wednesday is our hottest hot seat drawings where 100 winners take home a share of $10,000 in club cash. Catch every play of NFL and college football playoffs at Golden Circle Sports Bar. Gillies, where the stars come to play. Visit playgillies.com.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs,
Mark on two.
and the same
Right on.
opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations,
At
or
MW
your
Hoops,
engagement, you make
Twitter
it
handle.
all possible. That's
Doing it
because
now.
at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Brian Haney here. When I'm looking for the latest on Kansas athletics, I go to Kansas Nation. Interviews, news conferences, daily and weekly shows, and podcasts. It's all on kansasnation.com. Featuring Tyshawn Taylor, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris Jr., KU's official podcast, The Jayhawker with Nate Bukaty, and Catch Me with Jayhawk Greats on Haney and the Hawks. Kansas Nation, built for Jayhawk fans.
Born Day, Bailey Zimmerman here on Jan 27, 1224 here on a Tuesday. Welcome back to the show. We get on the hotline right now, talk a little college hoops with good friend of the show and basketball analyst at ESPN and the SEC network. Mark Wise joins us yet again. Mark, welcome back. How are you?
Kenny, I'm doing great, man. Happy New Year. We're in the middle of hoops. It's even basketball weather down here in Florida today.
Unfortunately, you got a little taste of what we got in the Midwest. I'm sorry to hear that, but we're thawing out, and hopefully you are too. And all of the dramatics, I guess you could say, from last weekend into last night in Provo and coming up this weekend and in the weeks following. Boy, we're getting into high gear. What did you think of that BYU Arizona game? I'll just give you the floor on that one. That was a wild one in Provo.
Well, first of all, I'm mad at both teams because they disrupted my sleep. I stayed up and watched it to the bitter end last night. I am this close to getting up off the couch and heading upstairs, and there was just something about actually, it was. I think they were down 10, and I think Fran actually said, "Okay, they need their hurry up offense."
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, that's probably a good thing to say. I'll give them another possession, and then by the time you're in it, then everything went right for BYU down the stretch, and then, gosh, what a great play defensively at the end for Arizona. So, again, Arizona's one of those teams that I think, in my opinion right now, somebody's going to have to go through them. And I don't mean around them. You can't count on somebody else to beat them. You're going to have to go through them in the NCAA tournament.
And it seems to me, Mark, that regardless of who the ones are when we get to Selection Sunday, I think you can make a real case for them, whoever it is. If it's Arizona, if it's Michigan, whatever number one seed you like, I think you make a legitimate argument that they're going to run the table and go 6-0.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Shane, I think you might have as many as 8 or 9 teams in the running for a number one seed before it's all said and done. We're not talking hardly any at all about Gonzaga. We're not hardly talking any at all about Houston. Nobody, I think everybody still doubts Nebraska in some ways. So, to speak to that very point, I do think we've got 8 to 10 teams all capable of being a number one seed right now.
And 2 teams that are going to play one another tonight. I believe it's tonight. It's in the Nebraska. Yeah. Nebraska 20-0, taking on 18-1 Michigan. What is it about Nebraska that you've seen maybe a couple of things? Not that anybody thought they'd be 20-0, but what is the biggest feather in Nebraska's cap that they're still undefeated?
I think it's their defense. I think everybody wants to talk about their offense, their ability to spread the floor, their ability to shoot and make threes. But they've got a Ken Palm, I think, has them as the 11th best defensive efficiency team in the country. You've heard me say this for years, that if you want to make a run in the NCAA tournament, and I consider a run in the NCAA tournament like to the second weekend, I think saying a run to the Final Four, but let's just take, if we've got 10 teams capable of being a number one seed, only 4 of them can make it to the Final Four.
Right.
So that's kind of my point about all this. But you better be in the top 40 of Ken Palm's offensive and defensive efficiency if you want to make such a run, and Nebraska fits that mode. They're 22nd offensively, but they're 11th defensively. That's a good mix.
And it speaks to how good Michigan is because the odds makers have them as a double-digit favorite. That's insane. What about Michigan?
Yeah, same thing. They've got the great mix of inside out. They've got Landenberg, who just is a difference maker. They're top 10 offensive and defensive efficiency. They run such, I want to say it just seems like all 5 guys are running somewhere on every set. Either pin downs, ball screens, what I call Davidson action, where 3 guys are going in different directions at different times. Extremely hard team to guard.
One of the teams that you brought up kind of in passing, talking to Mark Wise, ESPN and SEC Network basketball analyst, Houston, they lost for the first time in Big 12 play down in Lubbock, which there's no shame in that. It's going to be a lot of teams that won't get out of Lubbock alive, so to speak. But that game got into the 80s and 90s. Texas Tech win 90-86. That's out of the ordinary for Houston for sure. But they had one of 3 freshmen that scored 40 points or more on that particular day. That was just crazy. DeBanza, of course, we watched him last night. And if you listen to Fran, he told you all about it. But in defeat, Houston had a kid score 42 points in a clash of the Titans in Lubbock.
Yeah, well, it was Houston's first road loss in the league in 16 games. I think that's a stupid number.
Mm-hmm.
That's just ridiculously good. Yeah, you're talking about Kingston Flemings and this freshman class. They're not good. They're not great. They're spectacular. And last Saturday, you mentioned a couple of the guys. Boozer went for 32, 9, 4, and 3 against Wake. Darius Acup, who I am a huge fan of, I had them early in the season. He went for 31. And all of that paled in comparison to what Keaton Wagler did for Illinois when he went for 46 at Mackey Arena in that win.
And
so
he was,
Mark,
he was unbelievably efficient too. I mean, he only took 17 shots and got all those 46 points.
13 for 17 from the field, 9 for 11 from deep, 11 for 13 from the free throw line. Yeah, that's getting it done.
Talking to Mark Wise, talking college basketball analyst for ESPN and the SEC Network. We'll get his schedule coming up. He got a few days off, but we'll let you know where he's going to be this weekend, and it will interest a lot of you. I'm quite sure of that. I want to get your thoughts on Rick Pitino. He ended up getting his 900th win as a head coach. He's had a checkered past, I think it's fair to say. How will basketball history remember Rick Pitino?
As one of the greatest. I think if you ask me to this day, you've got one coach to pick for a big game, he would be on a very short list of mine. I think he sees the game differently than a lot of people. I know he was way ahead of the curve, as we've talked about many times, on the three-point line. I think there's not a lot of coaches who see the game, in my opinion, on both sides of the floor. I mean, most everybody, myself included, sees the game either offensively or defensively. But he's one of those rare breed of guys that can literally look at both ends of the floor and give you concrete analysis of what's going on both sides. And that just doesn't happen. So the checkered past, I understand it. I agree with it. I'm going to focus on the 900 wins. And if I had to win a game, he might.
Well, when it comes down to X's and O's, that he's above reproach. I completely agree with you there. I want to get your thoughts real quick. They're playing tonight, and they're one of the very few unbeatens. I don't know how many are left. I think 3. But Miami of Ohio.
3.
Yeah, they're playing UMass tonight to try to stay undefeated, and they're in pretty rarefied air right now. What do you make of Miami of Ohio being? I think it was 20-0 right now.
Well, they got lucky. I don't want to say lucky. They got fortunate in that overtime win against Kent State. It's a classic case, and I don't care who you play in the non-conference. Everybody wants to knock the fact that they're not rated that high. They're even Kim Palm doesn't have them rated what you would consider for an undefeated team. But I don't care who you play. If you're in late January and you haven't lost, isn't that pretty significant?
No doubt. No doubt.
I think, it's an interesting story with Travis Steele, because he was let go at Xavier and now has resurfaced at Miami and is leading this charge. So they're one of those teams that, MAC basketball has probably been underappreciated for a lot of years. It's what I call a 6'6" league. And they're really good at playing that way. And I've seen them bits and pieces of about 3 games. The first thing that jumps out at me, they're fun to watch.
Yeah, they are.
The way the ball moves, the way the ball has energy when they have it on the half court or in transition, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I watched them one half, or maybe a little bit more of a game about a month ago, and you hit it on the head. If you ever get an opportunity to watch Miami of Ohio, they're a fun watch. And they didn't exactly come out of nowhere either, Mark. Last year, they were really solid, more than 20 wins last year, too.
Right. Again, as I keep saying, MAC basketball, very underappreciated, I think.
Okay, how about the American now? It looks like, at least right now, there are probably 3 teams, I think probably more than that could win the conference tournament down in Birmingham. But it seems like, to me anyway, the cream of the crop, Tulsa, USF, and FAU in whatever order you prefer. Who would you pick as of January 27th as the cream of the crop in the American right now?
Wow, that is such a tough question. I was prepared for you to ask me about the tournament because of the slotted buys that the tournament is going to for the first time this year. And that, there's a 5-way tie in the loss column right now in the league. Now think about that. One of those 5 teams, let's just say that the season ended and there was a 5-way tie atop the league, which could happen.
Yep.
That means that the 5th, whoever loses the all the tiebreakers, and his fifth has to play 2 days earlier than when the first and second seeds play. So I think there's probably more at stake in this very even league going towards the tournament than ever before. Because right now, you don't think there'll be a second team. So it's all going to come down to that tournament. And you want to, in any tournament setting, conference tournament setting, you want to play as few games as possible. Now, I did not I'm not ignoring your question. I watched a lot of USF and FAU last Sunday, or 2 days ago, I guess. And Florida Atlantic looked sensational in the first half, and USF looked sensational in the second. I've been watching Tulsa a lot. I'm an offensive guy. Tulsa is elite offensively. If you made me choose today, I would probably pick Tulsa.
Okay. Now, getting back to the conference tournament, I'm glad you brought that up, because 1 and 2 get double byes, 3 and 4 at least get a bye. And that is really marked the epitome of rewarding teams for their regular season inside the conference. Do you agree with that? And should more conferences do that?
Well, not only that, Shane, but 5 and 6 get a day of bye, because the first round is 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
Only 10 teams go to the tournament. So I like rewarding the regular season. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Now, remember, the tournament also moves to Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a change as well. And oddly enough, UAB might be fighting for their lives to get in the tournament down the stretch, which didn't seem like even fathomable a month ago. So I like rewarding teams, giving them extra buys, because you're basing that buy system on 2 months of work. And shouldn't we reward that?
All right, let's get into your wheelhouse a little bit, and maybe a little outside ours. The SEC, you do a lot of work for the SEC network. Currently, only one team once beaten, and it's Texas A&M. Should we be surprised that they're 6-1 in the SEC?
Yes. Buckyball is alive and well. I had their first 2 SEC wins. I had the game at Auburn where Auburn hit the shot at the buzzer, and then it was taken away. So the ball bounced a couple of right directions for the Aggies in their first 2 games. But I got to tell you, Buckyball, you talk about fun to watch, and I think everybody understands that Buckyball shoots a lot of threes. They make a lot of threes. They share the rock. It's a high assist team, unselfish. They've got legit 3-point shooters in Dominguez and Pop Isaacs. I don't think what people understand is the defense, the pressing. They're a throwback team. They press in different ways. They'll straight deny. They'll run and jump. They'll 1-2-1-1 zone you. The Auburn, I'm going to use Buckyball in this illustration, and I think this is indicative of what Buckyball stands for. Early in the second half, Auburn was up 16 on A&M. 28 seconds later, the lead was down to 5. A&M scored 11 points in 28 seconds. That's what that press can do. They're extremely quick. Lane and Hill give them 2 lightning guards in the backcourt. AG anchors everything in the middle. It's almost like, and this is a team that was put together later than most, because he didn't get the job until way after the portal. And so they had to kind of scramble. But, man, has he put the puzzle together beautifully. A fun team to watch. They're off this midweek. This is their bye. So entering Saturday's play, they'll still be in the lead in the league.
And what was it, about a week ago, I think it was, Kentucky paid a visit to Tennessee, and anybody that prematurely shoveled dirt on Kentucky is probably ruining that decision. They've won 5 in a row, and that was a great comeback against Tennessee.
Yeah, that followed the Christian Laettner-like shot where they won at LSU when Marino, the big 6'11" freshman, catches the Christian Laettner shot or pass and turns around and makes it at the buzzer. So immediately, and I make fun of Kentucky. I'm a native Kentuckian, as you know. I make fun of Kentucky fans all the time. So Kentucky, by winning those 3 in a row now, Kentucky fans have them now gone from the NIT to the Final Four. So that's the way the pendulum swings in the Bluegrass State.
Mark Wise joining us, college basketball analyst for ESPN and SEC Network. He'll have the Shockers coming up this weekend. Speaking of the Shockers, they made pretty quick work of East Carolina and Memphis on their most recent homestand. Now they hit the road to go to Tulsa. We'll talk about that in a second. But Memphis, 19 games in, Mark, is under 500. Who would have ever thought that with the talent that goes in and out of Memphis? What do you see maybe wrong, broken, or just off this year for the Tigers? It's just a case of, hey, they got the wrong guys there, and we'll try again next year?
Yeah, in the portal, you can hit and you can miss. There's no question about that. I think Haggerty's exit kind of took them by surprise. I had them in an exhibition game earlier in the season against Arkansas. There's no question they're not the same explosive offensive team that we're used to seeing. They're not the same defensive harassment, chaotic, turnover forcing. They still force a lot of turnovers, but in this day and age, Shane, I just don't think, I don't care what you do, if you can't score, if you're not an efficient shooting team, if you don't have a three-point presence, it's really hard to win games. So for me, it's a one-off for Memphis. I think that's good for the rest of the league. I think this thing is as wide open as I can remember it. So that I think that makes for a lot of exciting hoops here the last, what do we got, 5 or 6 weeks left?
Yeah. Speaking of elite offensively, you brought these guys up a little while ago. Tulsa, they can really score. That's who Wichita State has next. The Shockers have had their moments offensively, but kind of uneven. Tulsa, no such problem. They are 24th in Ken Palm in offensive rating. How do they do it?
Well, they've got some elite scores. Some, when you talk about David Green at 6'7", he's just such a defensive nightmare to try and match up. He makes his shooting numbers in league play. I had to double check it because he's both over 60% from the field and from the arc in league play, and that's just unheard of. And then they've got some athletic slashers types. They've got Barnstable, who's a big-time elite three-point shooter. So they've got a lot of tools offensively. I think they're number 1 in field goal percentage, three-point percentage, number 2 in scoring, I think, behind USF. The one thing that Wichita State can probably throw at them a little bit, and that's their size, block to block. I think 2 things will have to happen in the game. I think Wichita State will have to have some sort of matching presence at the arc, and Wichita State's shooting the ball well in league play. I thought that win at USF was huge for the Shockers, but you can't lose the 3-point game, let's say by double figures. You can't allow Tulsa to make 10 and you make 6. That's a losing proposition. So if they can somehow match at the arc and dominate down in the high rent district with second chance points going to the offensive glass, I think they can be the team, get it 2-possession game with 5 minutes to go and go from there.
The resume of Eric Conkle is really an interesting one for me. The Tulsa head coach, he's in his 4th year. He's striking it rich right now, 17-3. But prior to the NIL era, when he was at Louisiana Tech, I'm sure a lot of people didn't notice, but he won a lot of games down there for the Bulldogs. And I would imagine that the Tulsa fans are finally reaping what they thought they would when it comes to hiring this guy. 17-3 is probably a stretch compared to what they did last year, but this guy can really coach, can't he?
Yeah, it's a program that, kind of has gotten stuck in neutral over a number of years. And even this year, what were they preseason in the league, like 8th? So they've even overachieved and from a preseason perspective poll situation. So, yeah, I think that I think people are getting excited about hoops in Tulsa. I know I'm excited to go. I've got an interesting doubleheader this weekend because I'm at Georgia early Saturday And I've got Texas A&M. We've already talked about them. Texas A&M and Georgia. Now, Georgia's got a big game with Tennessee tomorrow night. That game was supposed to be played tonight, but was moved to tomorrow night because of weather concerns. So for me, it's a great weekend. And so I'm at Athens on Saturday afternoon and at Tulsa on Sunday afternoon.
And Tulsa has a game tomorrow against North Texas before taking on Wichita
Correct.
State. And Wichita State has the week pretty much off. You talked about the Shockers having to match Tulsa, at least kind of, 3-point shooting wise. They've got a guy shooting 3-pointers like they haven't had in quite a while in Kenyon Giles.
Right. I call Kenyon Giles a tough shot taker and a tough shot maker. And if you're going to be the size that he is at 5'10" and shoot the number of shots that he takes in a game, you better be able to make some tough shots. You know, it's interesting because I've been watching a lot of video. His jump shot is almost automatically has a little fadeaway to it. So I would think that that's because of him being undersized, that he's learned to shoot that way. So you combine that little fadeaway with the quick release, and I think you get Kenyon Giles. And you get
Taylor Eldridge, who does the beat here for Wichita State, Kansas.com, the Wichita Eagle, brought up a really good point. And you'll see it. Wichita State's one of the best offensive rebounding teams in the country. And a lot of it is because of Kenyon Giles. Not only does he have the ability to hit big shots, as you pointed out, he's a really good ball handler too. He's not just a sniper that stands out there and waits for somebody to feed him. And, you know, going that high pick and roll, if you don't hedge hard enough, he's going to find people. And even when you miss a shot and you have to account for Kenyon Giles, you're out of position sometimes on the defensive glass.
Yeah, when you look at the scouting report, if you're trying to scout the Shockers, in my opinion, he's number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, because he can beat you in the different ways that you're just mentioning. Now, I get it. I mean, I get what Boyd brings to the table, and Michael Gray, and you know, shooting the threes, and I like the way that T.J. Williams is kind of a slasher. And then I think Wichita State has a piece of the puzzle I'm not sure anybody else in the league does, and that's bringing a guy like Will Berg off the bench with his size and his ability to impact games on both ends of the floor. So I know a lot of people want to talk about Wichita State and the way they can dominate inside at times on the offensive glass. I think a lot of that has to do with Berg.
Yeah, he's a big find from Purdue. Mark, always appreciate your time. Always appreciate talking ball with you. Check him out this weekend, Saturday in the SEC and Sunday in the American, talking Tulsa, Wichita State, Sunday afternoon. Thank you, Mark.
All right, thanks, Shane.
Good stuff as always. There he goes. Mark Wise, basketball analyst at ESPN/SEC Network, at MW Hoops on Twitter. If you want to follow him, he's a good follow if you like basketball. All right, it's 12:48. When we come back, we got the Top Golf Twitter question. That's next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Great news, Derby. Ribbit Computer Services has expanded to 2100 North Rock
All right,
Road,
Jack, can we go straight to Bill?
Expert phone repairs and top-tier tech support
We can.
to your
Okay.
neighborhood. Cracked screen, battery issues, watery damage, we fix it all. Fast, affordable, and reliable. Our newest location is ready to handle iPhones, Androids, and more. Don't let phone troubles slow you down. Stop by Ribbit and Derby today and see why we're the go-to tech experts for all your repair needs.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag.
Hey, can you
And
send me
here's a
Wichita's
better tip
phone
from
number
Progressive
again?
on how
Yeah.
not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here? I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
We don't do ordinary at Occidental Management. We pride ourselves on going beyond the typical commercial real estate relationship.
At Body Bar Pilates, we combine strength and stability in an energizing reformer-based workout that transforms your body and mind. It's not just Pilates, it's your daily dose of power and confidence. Occidental Management truly cared about our business and our success, going above and beyond to support our vision.
Learn more at bodybarpilates.com or call 316-494-0413.
Richard Young from the Kentucky Headhunters, born day today. Got a couple things to get to here in this particular segment before we get to Jordan Foote coming up at the top of hour number 2. So about 8 minutes from now, we'll talk to Jordan Foote. We'll get to the Top Golf Twitter question, and we'll give away some Top Golf stuff. But I understand we have a caller on the line. Bill from Lawrence has called us again. Bill, thanks so much for the call. What's up?
Hey, Shane. Good to talk to you again, and good to talk some Kansas basketball.
Yeah, so I want to get right to that since you called. Did you go to Manhattan? Did you watch the game from there?
You know, I was there, Shane. I wasn't sure earlier in the week if that was going to be possible, but I made the trip up there. Finally got to see this Kansas team win that game. It was a hard-fought battle, but what a terrific environment it was, and I would do it again in a heartbeat.
I know you're a big KU fan, so you had to be impressed with El Marco Jackson, right?
Oh, Marco was great, guys, and you don't ever expect him to put up that type of volume of shots. But if you got open looks like that, I don't know anybody in the country that wouldn't shoot the ball when you're that wide open. If they keep going in, as they say, shooters shoot, and you got the confidence, you're going to have nights like that. So one hell of a night for Marco.
All right. Sure, before I let you go, I bet you at least saw a little bit of that BYU game. How about, have you seen AJ DeBanza? Because that's who your beloved Hawks have next.
Isn't he something, guys? That kid he's going places. You talk about DP and DeBanza and Boozer's kid at Duke, Fleming's at Houston, the kid at Illinois who didn't grow up that far from Lawrence. These are talented enough guys to put up 20 a night at the NBA, and what a showdown it's going to be at Allen Fieldhouse on Saturday. This guy is probably the best player that's been to Lawrence and playing in that building since KD in 07 or maybe Beasley in 08. These guys going head to head, it's going to be something special.
Always great to hear from you, Bill. Thanks for the call, and thanks for listening.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, there's Bill from Lawrence phoning in, giving his thoughts on KU basketball. We've got a great matchup coming up on Saturday. Coverage starts at 2, tip at 3:30, KU BYU. And boy, if you missed that game last night, and I understand if you did, because it was late tip, and as Mark Wise was talking about, if you gave any kind of consideration to that game at all, you probably hung in till bedtime, whenever that was. But that was a great game between BYU and Arizona, and KU and BYU do battle this weekend. You can hear the coverage right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 at 2 o'clock. That's when it starts on Saturday. All right. Twitter question brought to you by Top Golf. And if you're looking for the perfect venue to host your next big event in Wichita, look no further than Top Golf Wichita, whether it's a corporate event, client appreciation night, birthday bash, fundraiser, or you just want to have fun and maybe go on a date. Top Golf Wichita has got you covered there. Tee off your next big event or any event with Top Golf today. Visit Top Golf Wichita online or call 316-394-4057 to reserve your date. The question today is, I've been sitting on this for a little while, so the timing's probably not great. Probably could have been better served right after Indiana won the national championship, but forgive me. Who wins the Big Ten in football next year? At ESPN Wichita, go vote, repost on our X page, if you would, please. You got all day to do it. Who wins Big Ten in football next year? Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, or other? Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, or other. That's just win the Big Ten, not to win it all. So head on over there, vote and repost if you would. So for those of you that want to win some freebies from Top Golf, what y'all need to do is text me who you think is going to win the Big Ten. 316-247-0923. Normally ask for you to type in golf or Top Golf, but text me who you think is going to win the Big Ten, and I will randomly select one lucky winner and give you some free stuff from Top Golf. Who's going to win the Big Ten in football next year? Text 316-247-0923. All right. When we return, we'll get Jordan's Juicy Takes. Jordan Foote, top of hour number 2. That's next.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
January is the perfect time to explore something new at Auburn Wine and Spirits. Discover unique wines, handcrafted spirits, and exciting non-alcoholic options curated by a knowledgeable team ready to help you find your next favorite. Join us for in-store tastings and educational experiences throughout the month. Visit Auburn Wine and Spirits at 320 North Rock Road or Auburn Spirits at 13303 West Maple for quality selection and friendly service you can trust. auburnspirits.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalize this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener, here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions,
Wichita's
and availability.
new
Allstate Vehicle and
sports
Property
leader,
Insurance Company and affiliates,
ESPN
North
Wichita.
The Gillies Park City for
I've been discovered.
Legendary Honky Tonk. See Neon Profits January 30th and 31st. Wednesdays belong to the ladies. No cover, just good times. Play for a chance to win a 2026 Chevy Trail Boss to be given away January 31st at 10 p.m. Get double entries on Mondays and Tuesdays this month. Every Monday and Wednesday is our hottest hot seat drawings where 100 winners take home a share of $10,000 in club cash. Catch every play of NFL and college football playoffs at Golden Circle Sports Bar. Gillies, where the stars come to play. Visit playgillies.com.
Pay heed.
All who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
Already. Penance from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
Saturday, the Jayhawks face BYU at 3:30. Tune in for live coverage right here on the home of the Jayhawks, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food. Nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, BCW brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Head on over to their store. They're at 21st and Webb here in Wichita. Taste the difference for yourself. They got free samples. They'll tell you everything you need to know about Wagyu beef. Ask for Jeannie. Tell them we sent you. Changing the way America eats beef. BoothCreekWagyu.com if you want to order online. All right, Jordan, let's start with the NFC Championship game, since that was, with all due respect to that snow globe game, that was pretty fascinating. And some would say, and two people here, yours truly and Chance Lebo, said that probably should have been the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship game. What were your big takeaways from that, Jordan?
You can add me to that list as well, Shane. I do think that whoever was going to win that game, and I said it coming into it, I really, watching those two teams and then watching the New England game, feel even better about that. Whoever was going to win that game would have won, and apparently will win now. And the betting market is starting to reflect that. The Super Bowl. And listen, it felt like Matt Stafford was back in Detroit a little bit. And obviously he had the weapons in this one. It wasn't a lack of offensive talent problem, but Seattle just did whatever they wanted on offense. And they were down a running back. Didn't matter. Kenneth Walker had just enough explosive ability to make things happen. They couldn't cover JSN, which was a problem for several NFL defenses throughout the year. And I have to give Sam Darnold credit, and that's probably the first time in my life I've ever said that, because I've never been very high on him and have kind of thought that the other shoe was going to drop at a moment like this. And maybe it does in the Super Bowl, but at a certain point, you just have to admit that someone's playing really, really good ball. And he had the game of his life in what was the most important game of his life thus far. So big props to him. I think this came down to a dominant defense doing just enough to come up with barely enough stops. And for the Rams, we kind of run into this paradox with, and I think Buffalo kind of fell into this as well, teams that during the regular season, they can make things happen and they can kind of smoke and mirror their way through not having a ton of talent on that side of the ball. Then you get to games like this, the margin for error gets thinner. The sample size gets a little bit smaller with that single elimination. You're kind of running susceptible to your talent getting exposed. Those guys do get exposed come playoff time, come big games, and happened to Buffalo. The defense fell apart a little bit. The Rams pass coverage, not there. So they have some work to do, but hats off to Seattle for building a fantastic team and kind of capitalizing on what's been one of the walkier NFL seasons I can remember.
Yeah, there's probably more than a few people eating crow right about now when it comes to Sam Darnold. And maybe even a step further, Jordan, that it's one thing for you to make enough plays to score enough points that you beat the other team, which is the point of winning a football game and point of being a quarterback. But in some ways, he outdueled Matthew Stafford. So he not only won the game, but he won the duel against Stafford, and he'll always have that game, won't he?
Yeah, 1,000%. And this is a player that when he was with the Minnesota Vikings, faced the Rams in the playoffs and played a objectively bad game. And then against the San Francisco 49ers, didn't do very much. And I thought Seattle's path to victory, if it turned into a shootout where you need your offense to make one more play than the Rams offense, I would have thought the Rams end up winning that game. Like if someone would have told me that Seattle gave up 27, I'd say, okay, well, how many points did they lose by? Did they get to 20? Did they get to 24? Something like that. And Darnold, he was almost perfect man, he was just flipping awesome in the biggest game of his career. Took a few sacks, wasn't absolutely marvelous, but really, really, really impressive game, pushing the ball down the field. Mind you, he's playing hurt. You saw a couple times where they flashed the camera to the sideline. He had the heat pad on, trying to keep that oblique in check, but he was standing in there, taking hits, extending plays when he needed to. So can't say enough good things about how he performed. And like you said, eating crow is a perfect way to put it. And regardless of how he plays in the Super Bowl, if they can keep this defense intact and keep the offensive line where it is, then they're going to be a contender for the next several years.
All right, you have the right to change your mind between now and next Tuesday. But on its face right now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you looking forward to the Patriots and the Seahawks?
Man, I'm at like a 2.5, to be honest with you. Like, I just do not feel the juice for this one at all. And I was texting some buddies about that on Sunday night. They were saying, okay, well, we can start planning for Super Bowl parties and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, man, I can't remember the last time as a football fan that I just was not actively hyped up for whatever matchup is going to happen. And we've had the Chiefs run over the past several years and a couple of oddball ones mixed in there. But this one, it's not even the lack of talent or storylines or anything. Seattle's defense is great. I'm a big Drake May fan. It would serve the priors for me to have him be a Super Bowl champion even after a disappointing postseason. But right now, as of January 27th, not feeling too juiced up. Am I still going to tune in? Probably. Am I still going to follow? Probably. And watch the halftime show, the commercials, and be grateful for football. That should be the case. But juice for the matchup is lacking for me just a little bit, to be frank.
It's funny you brought that up because a buddy of mine always throws a Super Bowl party, and I've been over, well, basically since the Chiefs started going to the Super Bowl, and made a joke with him that, I'll come over for put some money on some squares and eat some of your food, but I'll probably leave after the Phoenix Open is over.
Yeah. No, it's just weird, and it's not an indictment on those two teams. Like, there were plenty of outcomes where this is objectively a fun, intriguing, good setup for the NFL. But, man, it just feels weird, and it seems like there's been a little bit of a balloon being popped. And I think I dropped the line here after Wild Card Weekend. I didn't think about Mahomes and the Chiefs or Lamar and the Ravens or Burrow and the Bengals a single time. It kind of feels like it's coming back now where we're missing that absolute MVP caliber, which is ironic because May can literally win the award here in a week or so, but something about it just feels a little bit off.
Even without the second half snowstorm that blew into Denver, there wasn't any way Denver was going to win that game, was there?
Nah, no chance. And you could tell Jarrett Stidham was trying his heart out, but man, it was not working too well for him in New England. Even with being on the road in Mile High, they did just enough, and you knew they were going to do just enough. And you and I drop this bar very frequently here. No matter what the score is, what the time is, what the situation is, like, did you ever in your gut feel like they weren't going to win that game? And I didn't. I felt like New England was always going to find a way to do it, whether it was a shootout and people caught fire, or you make one throw in the windy snowstorm. And trust me, it wasn't pretty. And that's a theme of one Drake May's postseason run here, but never in my, 3 hours of watching that game did I think the Patriots were actually in trouble.
I got the feeling, and this may be a weird comp, but I use this every once in a while. I got the feeling that it was Big Brother keeping little brother at bay by putting his palm right in the middle of little brother's forehead. Little brother was swinging wildly, but not landing any punches. And Big Brother was New England, knowing that, to your point, if you do something, we'll be able to counter it, and we're going to get out of here with a W.
No, that's the perfect analogy. And I did that. Me and my brother are only 16 months apart, but I still was always the bigger one. And I could always kind of hold him off. And even down to like the Madden games where you let them come all the way back and get the false hope. And then you have that one play waiting for the final seconds. You're like, okay, well, been waiting for this moment. I'm going to run my cheese play and guarantee I'm going to, pull the Bo Jackson and run all the way around the field. Back then it was Michael Vick for me because it was just a cheat code in the game, but certainly had that type of vibe.
Your brother throw the remote too?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then sometimes I would just, play by myself. And eventually we kind of stopped playing those video games together and found something that he was a little bit better at, but that's just run of the mill.
Love it. Love it. All right. The coaching cycle, talking to Jordan Foote at Footnoted on Twitter, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. The Bills promote Brady to their head coach, Joe Brady, that is. How do you feel about this move?
I'm going to be honest, I don't really care for it, but the problem is the combination. It kind of reminds me of when teams part ways with objectively, I think, fine at worst. Like Sean McDermott wasn't a bad head coach. You can dislike some of the things that he's, led them to and kind of how he operates as a coach, but I think you can't really argue with the results that he's produced with them. But it's the classic, are you going to find somebody who's better than him on the open market? And God forbid if the Chiefs kind of come out flat for another year and there are conversations about Andy Reid, they would be that conversation. Who are you going to find on the open market, not trading for somebody like a weird Mike Tomlin scenario? Of the people who are available, who is better than the person you have now? And because Buffalo waited so long to do this and we're in the playoffs and winning games and having success, they didn't have a ton of other options. Like you're still going with whether it's like a Nate Shieldhouse or something like that, somebody who hasn't held the role before. But to Buffalo's point, they kind of needed a cultural reset and a franchise reset. They're not getting that by promoting the guy who is already in the building. People are going to feel the same way about it. Maybe it's a Josh Allen special where he really wanted that to happen, but you're also taking away. And I think that if you're listening to this point, don't think I don't like Joe Brady as a coordinator. I think he's great. He's a very good offensive coordinator. The problem is you're also taking away a little bit from that. He has a lot more on his plate.
Mm-hmm.
He's having to be the CEO type, and not many coaches are built to do that. I think that like a Ben Johnson has proven to be, Andy Reid has proven to be over the years, and they kept Bean, so he's still going to get the final say on roster construction and draft pick allocation and stuff like that. But you're making potentially the offensive coordinator gig worse. You're getting some sort of residual downgrade there and promoting a guy who was already in the building. It just seems like a little bit of flatness and stale and a safe play maybe by Buffalo, which is ironic because this guy's never held the job before.
Speaking of safe play, that's kind of what Mike McCarthy to the Steelers feels like. Now, however you want to view the Mike Tomlin and Steelers divorce, that's certainly up to you who had the most say in that. But does that Mike McCarthy thing move the needle for you in Pittsburgh?
It moves it, but it moves it in the wrong direction for me. Like that might be the worst hire of the cycle, I think. It's just, again, Pittsburgh doing a Pittsburgh thing. Like if you wanted to stay stagnant and maybe go 9-8 or 10-7 next year, you could have just convinced Mike Tomlin maybe to stick around and say, hey, Mike, come on, we're going to make this thing happen and keep pounding our heads against the wall. Like Mike McCarthy, this is an organization that doesn't hire many head coaches. When they do, they go for the young buck who can lead them into the next era of franchise history. They went against that and instead got the guy that, yes, can he help you get to a playoff game? Sure. Is he getting you over the hump? Absolutely not. Is he a little bit on the older side now compared to where they could have been? Absolutely. Aaron Rodgers owes Mike McCarthy a lot of credit for his success, but also I would argue that the other way around is probably true, and it's a disappointment that combo only got one Super Bowl. The Cowboys era, it seemed like, started off a little bit bumpy when the name was announced, and then it ended with people ready to have Mike McCarthy out of town. It just doesn't do a ton for me in the positive direction, and considering that this franchise was already stuck in neutral. Yes, you haven't technically shifted the gear to reverse, but for me, you might as well have done that.
All right. So who has made a good decision, or is that still yet to be determined because there's still 4 jobs open or something like that?
Yeah, I like the Chargers getting McDaniel as an OC. That's cheating because it's not a head coaching position, but I do like that one quite a bit. I am intrigued, and I don't know if it's necessarily the right move, but getting Robert Saleh, the Titans, and you're thinking, okay, young quarterback, defensive head coach. Honestly, that's kind of intriguing for me. And then they got Brian Daboll to be their offensive coordinator. I love that pairing. And I think Brian's gotten a lot of bad flack for a Giants team that just wasn't good enough. And then he got his quarterback and they seemed to really like each other. And then they didn't produce wins and he got fired. And that's a whole nother jar of wax there. And Harbaugh's a good hire for them. But still, aside from that, I'm super intrigued by Tennessee. I think that Cam Ward might have the stuff to be a decent quarterback. The Chiefs saw that. He was hurt for the last half of the year. Like, if I had to single out one team, that would probably be it for me. I'm kind of watching Halfley in Miami to see what happens there, but I really do think that the Saleh-Daboll combo is going to be interesting, at least in Tennessee.
Another analogy I like to use is when the music stops, is there going to be a chair for you? And I think that would certainly fit the Las Vegas Raiders. What in the world do you think they do?
There's been a lot of weird Davis Webb buzz.
I'm glad you brought that up.
It would be the most Raiders thing to do, right? For a guy that just, on my preferred candidates, would not be up there on the list. I think that there is a Clint Kubiak sized kind of role for them to fill, that Clint Kubiak himself is still available and on the market and makes a ton of sense to do. But I just have a weird gut feeling it's going to be Davis Webb. I'm not trying to say that he can't do the job well, and that's kind of the beauty and the curse of analyzing this stuff in real time, is they could rattle off 10 wins and prove everybody wrong, including me. But weird feeling it's going to happen. I think that I wouldn't go that direction. I'd go for a more innovative mind who's had a little bit more of a pronounced role within an offense, and they need that organizational shift. But all the intel has seemed to be really good coming out of Denver, and it would be a nice kind of storyline to have him go face his old team twice a year if that happens.
Not that I'm any sort of NFL expert. That's why you're here. But guess when I knew that Davis Webb was on the Broncos coaching staff?
Probably shortly after me, man. Like, I was surprised that he was on a coaching staff. Like, I
okay,
heard
good.
A couple times, and then I got the notification, and I was like, Davis Webb, Denver Broncos. I said, oh, okay, he's not just a name that used to be around the league. He was actively doing that. So you were certainly not alone with that.
Okay, good. Jordan Foote, my guest. Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Check him out. Heavy on Sports, heavy on Sports. Sorry, heavy.com at Footnoted too. All right. So we still have a week to prepare for the Super Bowl 60. And it's still, even though it's weeks past, still weird not to have the Chiefs involved in the postseason at all. Also weird, I thought, I'll get your thoughts on this, the Andy Reid presser that had him really propping up Matt Nagy for his next job and welcoming back with open arms, which you would expect him to do that when it came to the Eric Bieniemy news. What did you make of Andy's presser?
It was classic. It was Andy Reid in a nutshell, where he said, yes, we can change things, kind of hinted, no, I probably won't change a ton. Like, yes, Eric is going to have power on play calling. Yes, I enjoy delegating, but yes, I also have 51%. I'm going to vouch for my guy, Matt Nagy, and monopolize some of the time there to push for him to be a head coaching candidate when they spoke with their actions by not retaining him and kind of forced him out of the building and said, go fly, spread your wings. And he's kind of floundered so far in the eyes of execs who have picked somebody else. And that's not necessarily a huge indictment on Matt Nagy. I do think that eventually he will probably get a second chance to be an NFL head coach. I frankly think he'd be a better head coach and players coach than an offensive coordinator at this point. But Eric Bieniemy is going to bring the juice back. It's going to bring the buzzword of accountability and all that stuff that Chiefs fans keep tweeting about. It still kind of rings a tad bit hollow for me because I don't think that any one mind is going to make Andy Reid fully change his stripes at this point. Could they have a 2022 type evolution? I think that's absolutely possible. But at the end of the day, whether you brought in Mike McDaniel, whether you got, a big name like a Kubiak or someone like that, Stefanski, if he landed there, Andy Reid's going to change if Andy Reid wants to change, and one person's not going to change that for him at this point. So it all comes down to Big Red, and I think that he's absolutely earned the leash and the wherewithal to do that. But you do run a non-zero chance of things coming back next year. They wouldn't have too many excuses barring injury or barring just no additions in the offseason. And maybe there's an uncomfortable combo in January of 2027. But I think he does have the mental acuity to kind of make the right adjustments and run things back in a positive way.
All right, a couple quick hitters before we let you go. Yes or no, Travis Kelce plays next year?
I'm still leaning no, but man, that percentage seems to be going up by the day.
Yes or no, Matthew Stafford plays next year?
Yes. Yeah, 95%. I'd be shocked if he called it quits.
I hope you're right too, by the way. When will we see Mike Tomlin next?
2027. I think we'll see him in headlines. I think we'll see him on TV or something in the meantime. But as a head coach on an NFL sideline, I would think 2027.
Who will be the comeback team of 2026? However you want to define that.
Oh, man. All right, let me cheat and get the standings pulled up real quick. I think the Jets will be improved. They're not going to be a comeback team. The Bengals will be improved. Probably not a comeback team. The Chiefs are the lowest hanging fruit of everybody because I think it would just take a catastrophic amount of things for them to not be good again. But I'll go with the Lions as a non-Chiefs answer. And if I had to pick an AFC team, it'd be Kansas City. All right. And finally, trying to think of a really tricky one to stump you before we go. I don't know if I'm capable of it because we got to talk about the Super Bowl again next week. So I'll shelve that question and we'll reconvene next week and ramp you up for Seattle and New England and Super Bowl 60. Jordan, appreciate you as always. Have a great rest of your week. Yep, you too, brother.
All right. There goes Jordan Foote. Jordan's Juicy Takes brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Check them out here in Northeast Wichita, 21st and Webb. Or if you want to go online and order, you can do that, boothcreekwagyu.com to order. Changing the way America eats beef. When we come back, the return of Ask the Producer with a mystery topic next.
You're listening to The Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Send a text into the show and much more. The ESPN Wichita app, your source for sports in Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Seth Justman from Jay Giles Band. Born day today. Time now once again for Ask the Producer. Been sitting on this one for a while and was kind of wondering when to spring it on old Jack, our reliable producer and show contributor. Every once in a while, we mix in what we call Ask the Producer. Just simply ask him questions on a particular topic. And every so often, he turns the tables. It's Ask the Host every now and then. I think it was born on a Tuesday, so it was just felt right to bring it back on a Tuesday. And here we are. So the topic today is revolves around the Kansas City Chiefs, first of all. They won the 1966 AFL championship game over Buffalo, 31-7, propelling them into the AFC or the AFL NFL championship game, which after the fact was called the Super Bowl. And that was the Super Bowl one, of course. So they won that game in 1966. And then again in 1969 under late great head coach Hank Stram. So they went to the Super Bowl after the 69 season, when they beat Oakland, in Oakland, by the way, 17-7. And then, of course, you fast forward to 2019 under the Andy Reid watch, and they won the AFC championship in 19, 20, 22, 23, and 24. So they've been to the Super Bowl, as we know it, 7 times. Jack, what I want from you is the list of players that have ever scored a touchdown for the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Go.
Jeez. Okay. Well, there's
See,
zero chance.
Can you understand why I was so excited for today?
Yeah. I can give you the recent ones. I feel I could get almost
I can't
everybody.
wait. I can't wait to see how many you get.
Okay, so we'll start it off with their previous one. MBS scored a touchdown.
Correct.
Mahomes has, of course.
Correct.
McCole Hardman has.
Correct.
Isaiah Pacheco has.
Yes, he has.
Travis Kelce has.
Travis Kelce has twice, but I will accept that.
Damian Williams has.
Twice scored a touchdown. So you've got 2 guys that have scored multiple. There's still one more guy that scored more than one. Doing good so far.
You know, it's crazy. I don't believe... Yeah, Tyreek Hill wouldn't have had any, so it's not him.
That's right. He didn't.
Trying to think of... I mean, the 2022 game would have been my best pick because that's when they put up 40. So I kind of think I'm missing somebody from that game.
You let me know when you think you need a hint. You have 3, 4, 5. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Because
8 more guys.
I got one.
Okay.
I got one that scored. Nick Bolton.
Nick Bolton, very good. Maybe the toughest one. I was going to give you the non-offensive one, but you didn't need it.
Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney.
Boom and boom. So you got the kind of under the radar guys, Toney, Moore, and MVS.
I'm still missing somebody who's got 2.
Yeah.
Well, when the Niners won their last Super Bowl win, I want to say it was just MBS that scored. They only had 19 points. Hardman scored, then it would have been field goals. So it wasn't that game. Against Philadelphia, Kelce scored. I remember Pacheco scored. Moore and Toney scored. And then in the first one against the Niners, that was Damian Williams, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes. I don't know who I'd be missing here in that. And then the Super Bowl where I know what it is.
Okay.
A race from my memory. It was last year, Xavier Worthy.
Yes.
I was not even thinking that one.
One more from recent history, and then the 3 old guys from Super Bowls 1 and 3.
Well, they didn't score a touchdown in the blowout to the Buccaneers. Only had 9 points.
Mm-hmm.
They were had the only 2 touchdowns in the last one. Who would I be missing? Anthony Sherman ever getting there?
Nope.
Is it a running back, wide receiver,
no,
or tight end?
it's a wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Justin Watson?
Nope. He was a rental.
I'll give up.
Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, God, he did score. That's right.
You did well. You got all but one of the new dudes. There are
Yeah.
3 old school dudes. Care to hazard a guess on those guys?
Lenny Dawson?
Nope.
Of course.
He threw it to one of these guys.
Otis Taylor?
Yes, good. And these other 2 guys, I'd be shocked if you get them. But one went on to become the athletic director at USC, if you know your history.
It's probably going to be someone like Bacon Grease Worthington.
Mike Garrett, the first
Okay.
one. And the guy that scored their one and only touchdown in Super Bowl I, Curtis McClinton.
Okay.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I feel good about what I
You
what I
should.
brought to the table.
You should. I felt good about it too. All right. There you go. There's the latest edition of Ask the Producer. I got maybe one other one up my sleeve at a later date for ATP. And I've got one topic for the next round of ATH whenever we get there. So, all right. Coming up here, let me let you know what we have to look forward to after hours here on the channel. Give you the very latest on the programming that you can look forward to. Overtime, first of all, tonight, tomorrow night, and Thursday at 6 o'clock. So the best of. And then we will have the high school game of the week coming up on Friday with Chance Lebo bringing you play-by-play in that one. And then, of course, the biggie on Saturday, KU and BYU and hoops. That coverage starts at 2 o'clock right here on the channel with the opening tip at 3:30 Saturday afternoon. So we'll get you ramped up for that coming up on Saturday. Plus tomorrow, in the meantime, we are going to talk some Royals tomorrow. If you missed it earlier on the Zone at 8:10 in KC, Jack was on there, talked a lot of Royals. We're going to talk a little bit of Royals coming up in hour number 1 tomorrow. Got a guest that I'm hoping comes through for me there. And we're also going to review a movie. It's that time again. So tomorrow at 1:25, Jack will review a movie courtesy of Boulevard Theaters. So that comes your way in the second hour tomorrow. And then Thursday, we got our normal fare, except for Pick 6. And with Chance's permission, and Jack's too, I guess, might bring back Grind My Gears for a special Thursday edition, since we don't really have any football to get you ready for because Super Bowl isn't until the next week. So it might bring back GMG. We will have Jamie Bluma, and we'll also have some tickets to give away. We haven't given away tickets in a while, and no, they're not lottery tickets. They're different than that. Won't spoil the surprise, but be listening on Thursday if you want your chance to win tickets before you can buy them. How about that for a little tease? And then, of course, high school game of the week on Friday with Chance. He will bring you hopefully more conventional hoop play-by-play than 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a weekday. But the weather kind of screwed things up at the Valley Center tournament last week, but back to semi-normalcy when it comes to high school game of the week. And then we'll be done with January. How about that? We'll get ready to turn the page towards February. Spring training is a little bit closer. And also, Jack, if you don't mind, let the masses know, speaking of the Royals, let the masses know what you're going to be doing this weekend, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll be out at Royals Rally. They hold that every year. It used to be at the Kauffman Center downtown, where it's basically a fan fest. But from the media perspective, we get taken up into a special room, and for about 2 to 3 hours, we'll talk to different players, J.J. Picola likely, John Sherman, and I know we'll get a lot of content. So I'll have tons of audio for that, and more than available to play on Monday if anything really piques anybody's interest.
Awesome. Look forward to that, and especially for us baseball folk, now that we're in the grips of the dead of winter after that big winter storm. We still have spring training to look forward to. It is literally just around the corner when we get to February, that's for sure. All right. When we return, Little I'm old, Jack Young. Chance will join. We'll see what he can contribute. That comes up next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
Ready to rock the vault? Every Saturday in January at Rock and Brews Casino. One lucky winner walks away with $10,000 cash. Lead-up drawings start at 7 p.m. And at 10 p.m., the vault opens and the cash could be yours. Start earning entries December 28th. Play more, win big, and rock the vault every Saturday at Rock and Brews Casino. Rock and Brews Casino. I-35 exit 231. Owned by the Car Nation.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
So obviously, I had the ACL and the LCL, but everything else was clean. And so, like, as bad as it was as clean as it could be. I found out there's a lot of little things that could happen around that knee that I had never even known. So I was lucky enough, God bless me enough, to not do some of those little things that could prolong the injury.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
As a kid, you'd be up at 5, take shots to me, and make the thing dry. Out after school,
I'm old Jack Young.
that was his life.
Chance is here. He's got the pulse today. It's coming up after a while. Honestly, I've never heard this song before.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay. The Replacements was on last night. Apropos of nothing. Sorry.
I've never seen it.
What?
Yep.
I mean, you're not exactly missing anything, but
yeah,
it's okay. I thought for a minute this song was one off the soundtrack of The Replacements, but it's not. That's why I brought it up. Sounds like U2, but it's not U2, right, Jack?
It is not.
A group or a person?
Person. I don't have any guesses.
I'm not sure I do either. You got a semi-good hint, Jack?
I do.
Without throwing
and
it?
I want to make sure I get the song right here before I. Okay. Yeah. This guy has a very famous rendition of "Life Is a Highway."
Oh my! Wait, did he have the first rendition?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, what is his name? Ooh, I can kind of hear it there. Oh man, this is a good one. Oh my gosh. That should have given it away, actually, that hint right there, if I were smarter. Tom Cochran is his last name.
There
right?
you go,
Yeah.
Tom Cochran.
Is it Tom?
Yeah, I heard
okay.
you say Tom. Yeah, I heard you say Tom.
I was going to say Thomas, but yeah, sure it is Tom.
Yeah, sure he is
Cochran.
Thomas.
Okay.
Tommy Cock.
Yes. Good job, Tom. All right. Thank God. Got through that.
It sounded like if you're a old K-State football fan, when Snyder was there, there was Days Like These by Asia. They played that. It kind of sounded like that one.
Okay.
I'll have to send it to you on Spotify.
Do. Thank you. Asia. I didn't think you knew a thing about Asia. They were great.
I only know it about K-State football.
Great back in the 80s. Asia was. Didn't Andy have a poster of Asia, the 40-year-old virgin?
Oh my gosh, I've watched that.
He does because they play when he's going after the girl at the end on his bike. They're playing Heat of the Moment.
Yeah, they are. All right.
I watched that during COVID.
40-year-old virgin?
Mhm.
What, for the first time?
Yeah,
So good.
And?
I liked it. I haven't watched it
Thank
since. The scene with him and I think it's his manager's girlfriend with the note.
Jane Lynch.
Yeah. Well, no, it's his friend's girlfriend that comes in and he's got the note that
yeah. Yeah, did you write
talking
this?
about women like that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a good scene.
That was a good back and forth right there, yes.
And Kevin Hart coming in. Kevin Hart
Correct.
with a cameo. Was
Yeah.
that before he was like popular?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was before we knew who he was.
Yeah.
He wanted something for the price of free.
Yeah.
And Andy couldn't.
Jane
do it.
Lynch was in that movie too.
Throwing
I
a
forgot
lot of
about
big
that.
words at my head, and they think you know that.
Yeah,
Going right over my
she's
head.
the manager of Smart Tech.
Yeah.
Jane Lynch kills any role that
Yep.
she's in.
Very
I mean, in
funny.
a good way.
Yep.
She's
Agreed.
Very same character, same voice.
She used to host
Just
like
so
a game show on NBC.
Weakest Link.
Yeah, that's what it was. We
Yep.
watched that a little bit. I remember watching that with my family, and she was pretty funny on that too.
Have you seen Role Models, Chance? She's even funnier
I
than
don't
that.
think so.
That's such a great movie.
Oh my gosh. Sean William Scott, Paul Rudd
Huh. No,
Are-
I
are the-
haven't then. No.
are the primary characters. I'm not sure. What do you think Chance would think of Role Models, Jack?
I'd imagine he'd like it.
I don't think he'd like it
Role
as
models.
I don't think he'd like it as much as 40-year-old virgin though.
Probably not. I always not just because Sean William Scott's in it, but I always compare Role Models to Road Trip.
Yeah.
Is that the one with RDJ and Galifianakis?
No, that's not a bad Road Trips with trying to think of all the actors' names and that. I mean, the one you'd recognize is Stifler and Sean Williams.
Yeah.
Scott, but it's three other guys that
Tom Green is in it.
Ah,
if you remember
Green,
him.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He plays the weirdo. I forgot
Yes.
his name. But I just
Road
watched
Trip's
Road
funny.
Trip, like a
Chance,
couple
you need to
months ago.
watch
Oh, it's
that.
hilarious.
Yeah, you need to watch
It's
Road Trip.
hilarious if you like stupid, dumb comedy.
Yes.
Who are you talking to?
Right. Sophomoric humor. That's us.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly the target audience.
Yes. All right, celebrating a birthday today. Turning 56. No, what year is it? Turning 54 today. Bryant Young.
That's football.
Isn't he from KU? Or am I getting my
I don't think so.
X-49ers mixed up? Okay.
I'm
thinking of Stubblefield.
Dana
Yeah,
Stubblefield was Niner, former Jayhawk.
Yeah, Bryant Young, though. Correct. Football.
Okay, I've actually real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stumped on this. I'm doing my immaculate grid,
Okay.
and I know I'm going to kick myself.
All right.
I know I'm absolutely going to kick myself. So here's the ones I got so far. It was a former Blue Jay and Astro. I picked Roberto Ozuna, former closer. Former Dodger and Blue Jay. I went Teoscar Hernandez. Hall of Famer from the Blue Jays. I went Roy Halladay. Then it was Dodger and Mariner. I picked Caleb Ferguson. Then it was Hall of Famer from the Mariners, Ken Griffey Jr. Then I needed 3 guys that were 2,000-plus strikeout career pitchers. Roger Clemens for the Astros, Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers, Nolan Ryan, who just had to be a 2,000-plus strikeout pitcher who got to the Hall of Fame. The one I'm stumped on, and I know I'm going to kick myself, I'm missing some major player that did this. I need one of you to tell me who was an Astro and who was also a Mariner.
I mean, Randy Johnson, right? Was he an Astro? No?
Yeah, he was.
He was.
He was a rental. He went like 10-1 for him.
Yeah.
When
Trying
they
to think
picked
if
him
there's
up.
anybody
I
else.
can do that one. Yeah, I kind of want. I always try to get the lowest
No.
percentage I can. The lowest I got right now is Caleb Ferguson at 0.4% of the voters picked him.
Astros and Mariners.
Astros and Mariners.
That is
Robbie
a good one.
Reno. I feel like there was a setup guy or something that traded places.
Was
I'm
Michael
sure.
Bourne ever a Mariner?
I don't think.
Oh, man. That's a blast from the past.
You know, I actually got stumped on for a little bit. I was just missing Roy Halladay. That's the beauty of this. You'll just overlook somebody that was a first ballot Hall of Famer. I had actually thought for a second, I was like, was Carlos Delgado a Hall of Famer? And then after that, I was like, was Joe Carter a Hall of Famer?
Joe Carter, not a Hall of Famer.
Not a Hall
Yeah.
of Famer, yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm missing
Paul Molitor,
Doc.
Ricky Henderson.
Yep.
I'm telling you all these things. That's not answering your question at all.
Oh, you know what bugged the hell out of me earlier this week was I was stumped on it was a Red Sox and National. And because Pedro was with the Expos, they counted that.
That's right.
I was like, I didn't know if you wanted me to do it because it technically was a different team.
Yep.
So I missed that one.
I
That
always
angered me all
go.
day.
I always go Expos first when I see the W up there.
Well, since we don't have another one, I'll go Randy.
I'll be able to give you one about 2 hours from now,
All right.
probably.
Yeah.
But
Okay, well, here we go. Here's a couple of the top choices here.
Okay.
If anybody's interested.
yeah, let's go.
Okay, I actually feel very good about. Oh, damn. Could have gone Nori Aoki.
Oh,
I forgot he played.
Eric Bedard was also one. Hey, I could have done Caleb Ferguson for that as well. Doug Fister, Ben Gamble, Kendall Graveman, J.A. Happ was one.
Graveman was the one I was thinking of.
Jay
Strathman.
Happ pitched for the Astros?
Yeah.
He did. Also, Cameron Maben also.
See, I don't
Wade
feel bad
Miley,
about this at all.
Yeah.
That's a tough combo.
Humberto Quintero, former Royal there.
Oh, wow.
Hey, current Royal, Abraham Toro, Taylor Trammell, Luis Valbuena,
Good
Ryan
Lord.
Stanek, Bluma's friend, Ryan Stanek. But
Ryan
I could have
Stanek,
gone.
Of course.
Yep, here were the top guys you could have picked, though. Brady Johnson, number 1. Mike Hampton, number 2. Floyd Bannister, number 3. Dave Roberts, spent one season with
Man.
the Mariners, yeah.
That's
and
a tough one.
Stan Javier, one season with the Astros, 2 with the
Javier.
Mariners.
Wow.
I don't feel that bad. Other than Randy, I would have felt much worse if there was somebody behind Randy Johnson I was blanking on.
Yeah. No, that was a tough one. That's good.
There's always one.
All right. Eric Wedge,
Hey, former Shocker
58.
coach.
Correct.
And with the Tulsa Drillers now.
That's also correct. Former AL Manager of the Year with Cleveland. Non-Big Four. Woody Austin, 62.
Oh. Woody A.
He's born in Derby. So he's kind of a Wichitan.
Baseball.
Non-Big Four.
Oh. I guess non-Big Four from Canada is probably golf.
Golfer. Yes, correct.
Hey.
Yeah. 4 PGA Tour titles. He used to be a big wig at Willow Bend Golf Course. I don't think he is anymore, but Woody. Chris Collinsworth is 67.
Here's a guy.
He's hanging in there pretty
Analyst.
good for 67.
Wide receiver.
Yep.
Bengal.
Correct. Billy White Shoes Johnson, 74. White Shoes is a nickname.
I'm assuming that's football.
Correct. But so I'm assuming that was a wild guess, and you can't give me any more about Billy White Shoes Johnson?
I really can't. No.
He was credited with inventing the spike and dancing in the end zone after a touchdown. The touchdown celebration, Billy White Shoes Johnson, former Oiler great.
Doesn't it always amaze you of these stories of the first person to spike a football? And I'm always like, when football was around, nobody had the idea of, I scored, I'm going to throw this thing at the ground.
Guess not.
It's the same thing with like how Dusty Baker invented the high five. Nobody did that?
I know.
Like, really? Nobody thought,
you think
put
about
my
it.
hand up in the air.
You think about it. All the old highlights that you watch from like the 70s and 80s,
They shake hands.
They actually shake hands. That's right. Yeah. Or give each other like a low 10, and kind of grab the other guy's hands.
I just like wonder what the preposterous. Put your hand in the air and do the same thing we do in a low five, but this is a high five. Trademark.
Ridiculous celebration, that Dusty Baker. Making a mockery of this game. Dying on this day. Any notable dead days here? Yeah. Dale Long died in 1991. He has
Baseball?
Yes, very good. I was just getting ready to give you a hint. He homered in 8 consecutive games. Major League Baseball record.
Hey, I just, not that this really matters that much, but he was born in Springfield.
Dale Long?
Yeah.
Springfield what? Missouri?
Springfield, Missouri.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Which Immaculate Grid was that? Today's?
That was today's. If you want to go back.
Well, I don't want to do it now. I've heard all of your guys. That's cheating.
I did one the other day that just kicked my ass, and I felt like such an idiot.
Yeah.
Just missing guys that
they let you keep guessing nowadays.
Yeah, extra
even
innings.
when
Yeah,
you miss one. Yeah.
I don't like that though.
I don't either. I don't like it.
I'd rather be shamed for.
Wait, so they've changed up the rules.
Mhm.
You get
you can keep guessing.
Yep.
Well,
keep
I mean,
guessing.
it doesn't. You don't get any more points. It's like, let me just keep going because
Oh, okay.
it will lock you out if you. In the past, it would. If you
Yeah, the
got
difference is you
8
don't
or
have
9.
to. You don't have to quote give up
Mhm.
now. Keep guessing if you want. Ooh, here's a good event. 1969, Chuck Noll was named head coach of the Steelers. He was the youngest coach in NFL history at the time.
What age?
Doesn't say. Google.com.
We ever going to get a 20-something-year-old head coach or manager?
You know what? Joe Brady's not that old, but he's
He's got to be. In
What was
his 30s.
McVay?
he's 35.
McVay was early 30s. He was like 32 or 33.
No, I'll say no to answer your
Sean
question.
McVay was 31.
31.
Wow.
My gosh.
And then
I'm
1A.
talking like 26, 27. Would that ever happen?
Did you hear?
Probably not.
Did you hear Foot and I talking about Davis Webb? How old's Davis Webb?
He's got to be
Early
30s.
30s.
Yeah, early 30s now.
Well,
Yeah,
here's the
I
thing.
just-
Now with the eligibility timeline pushed all the way, with now you get 5 years to play 4 in college sports, which means that GAs are going to be a year older now, which means everybody else is going to. I mean, probably not, unless you get a real
I bet we'll
wonder
see
kid.
a college. I bet we'll see a college football coach or a college basketball coach at 27 at some point. Just a absolute
Maybe.
guru GA. I think they're
Dillingham's
still older.
35.
35.
Yeah.
It's still. I mean, anybody over 30.
I mean, Colin Klein's pretty young.
What is he? 31, 32?
I was going to say,
36.
wow.
Oh
dang.
my God! What?
Where's the time gone?
Oh, I guess that's right. He's coming up on almost 14 years, 15 years. Since
Yeah,
his
14 years since
incredible
his-
year.
Yeah. But that would be like somebody. I mean, Jack, do you think that if you became a GA at Kansas after your senior year, that you would be able to, at this age you're currently at right now, be ready to take on a head coaching job? I mean, my brain isn't even developed yet, and I'm almost 25.
No, but I'd wonder if I started being a GA at 21 or 22, and then I was on staff for 4 years, and I'd somehow
that was
obviously
the
you'd have to
route.
be some brainiac. Yeah, I have to be an absolute genius. That was just so hard to pass over. But yeah, then to deal with the pressure of being a Division I coach at 26, 27.
I think in order to do that, under you guys' scenarios, you would have to invent something that nobody else had thought of yet in that particular
gatekeep
sport.
it to where, I won't be your OC and do it. I have to be your head coach.
No, here's how you do it, but it's mine. Yeah. All right, there you go. That'll do it for me, but y'all ought to stick around because Chance and the Pulse is next.
Bye, Shane.
Tip.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. The home of the Jayhawks, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Peterson losses a three. He hit it. Darren Peterson with another with ice water in his veins. He's got 21.
Jayhawk basketball is brought to you on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM by Baxter & Associates, Four Seasons RV, Twin Peaks, Red Wing, and Southwestern Remodeling.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk. The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, we'll use these $50 bills to
Pat
wipe it
sent me
up.
the email about the read. Do you just want me to play his recorded version?
Yeah, go ahead and play his recorded version.
Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Save big on everything for your next project now at Menards. Upgrade your home with Floors of Distinction laminate flooring. It's easy to install and durable enough to handle an active household. The Woodruff Series is a waterproof laminate flooring that features an attached pad for sound reduction and added comfort. On sale today for $229 a square foot. Good through February 8th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalize this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks, the Wichita Wind Surge, the Dallas Cowboys, the Wichita Open, the college football playoffs, and the national championship, the World Series, the NBA playoffs, the Big 12 championship, and the best coverage of the Chiefs, Royals, Jayhawks, Wildcats, and Shockers. Locally owned and operated. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Newton.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. Another NFL head coaching vacancy has been filled. The Bills promoted offensive coordinator Joe Brady to head coach, replacing the fired Sean McDermott. Brady gets a 5-year contract. In the 2+ years with Brady as OC, Buffalo ranked first in expected points added per play, second in points per game. Quarterback Josh Allen won his first NFL MVP. Running back James Cook finished with the rushing title. ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears.
I like the hire. Look, if a coach was the play caller that led me to a league MVP, I would want him to be my damn coach as well. And that's what Joe Brady was able to do with Josh Allen. And listen, this was about the margins. When you fired Sean McDermott, this is about winning the Super Bowl. So believe it. Joe Brady has a lot of pressure on him as the head coach of the Buffalo Bills.
Titans set to hire former Giants head coach Brian Daboll as their offensive coordinator, provided he doesn't get the Raiders head coaching job. He interviewed with Vegas a second time today. Quarterback Darian Mensah and Duke agreed to a settlement of their dispute that'll clear the way for him to transfer to another school. He is expected to transfer to Miami. Mensah, the number 5 overall player in ESPN's transfer rankings.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Wednesday, we asked Mel Kiper Jr. if Mike McCarthy can turn Will Howard into the Steelers quarterback of the future when he joins us at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. It's on Sportsman, like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15. Had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of.
What's up, Wichita? Welcome into the Schultz on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I'm not Pat Strathman. I'm Chance Lebo filling in for Pat. You heard me yesterday for 2 hours. You've got me for another deuce today, as I'll be here with you from 2 to 4 until hour number 3 of the program takes place right here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM, and streaming live across the ESPN Wichita app. Like I said, I'm Chance Lebo. Producing and contributing to today's show is Jack Johnson. He's here. He'll have plenty to talk about today, as we've got a quiet show for you today. We've got a pair of guests as well as some topics. Not much to preview, with the fact that KU and Wichita State both not having games during the week. They don't play until the weekend. So we don't have we're going to have to manufacture some content here. And that's what we do best here at ESPN Wichita. So be sure to follow along over these next 2 hours. If you would like to listen to today's show, you can tell your smart speaker to play KKGQ, Alexa device, Google Home device. Just tell it to play KKGQ. You can also turn your radio dial to 92.3 FM in your car, or if you have an at-home stereo, or if you've got one of those crank it up radios for the storm season, you can just turn it to 92.3 FM. We won't give you the weather, but we'll give you some hot takes when it comes to sports. You can also listen live on ESPNWichita.com. If you are at work and you have dual monitors, you can pull that up. You can also pull up the YouTube live stream. We encourage you to do that, and also to like and subscribe to the YouTube page. And we always recommend the ESPN Wichita app. Highly, highly, highly recommend the ESPN Wichita app. Check it out. It is something you won't regret. So be sure to check that out. If you want to communicate with us, text us. 316-247-0923 is a text line. We will have a Tanker Barbecue burnt end of the hour question coming up this afternoon. So be sure you have that number in your phone before we get into the second hour. It'll be coming up at the end of hour number 1. So be sure you have 316-247-0923 plugged into your phone to shoot us a text for a chance to win some free barbecue. Here is the show for you today. We will wrap up, kind of round up the Big 12 and see what the contenders look like, because at this point of the season, KU has played games against Iowa State and no other teams in the top 6 of the Big 12. The Big 12 is what, I've seen people on the X machine, Twitter, talking about, well, the Big 12 in basketball is what everybody thinks the SEC is in football. And while I do want to have a little bit of conference pride, there is some similarities between the Big 12 and the SEC. And one of them is that the top teams just don't play each other all that much. The top 6 of the Big 12 is really pulled away from the rest of the pack. We'll talk about the top 6 in the Big 12, a little bit of the spark notes on each team as to what people need to know about each of them heading into conference play. And we'll recap what was a thriller last night and what was maybe, I don't know if I would say it was the game of the year, but it was a very highly anticipated battle in Provo last night, that if you had the caffeine to stay up through the entire finish, you were rewarded. Now, if you went to bed like myself, you're probably a little bit more like the rest of us, and you woke up to a score of 89-86 in a game that was 19-point lead at one point for Arizona. So BYU and Arizona was a great game last night. We'll talk about that, and we'll kind of talk about see if Jack watched the game and see if there's anything that he takes away from the BYU side of things that might affect Kansas's game against BYU coming up on Saturday. Then at 2:25, we'll have Matt Derrick. He's in the studio up there at 810 WHB. He is on site, and I'm not sure if he's ready just yet, but we'll talk to him at 2:25. Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. We'll get the latest on the stadium site and design, as well as some offseason topics that everybody's going to want to hit. Then at 2:45, we'll take a look at some of the latest NFL mock drafts. It's everybody's favorite time of the year. 30 fan bases, 30 teams are already on to the offseason, and we'll take a look at some of the latest from the NFL mock drafts. Then in hour number 2, we'll have Taylor Eldridge of the Wichita Eagle hop on. We'll talk about the scorching hot Shocks as they've won 4 out of their last 5. A rivalry game coming up on Sunday. We'll preview that one with Taylor. Then at 3:25, we'll get into some Royals talk here in the late part of January. Pitchers and catchers reporting soon. We'll get a look at what's left on the market for Kansas City. Jack and Sterling had a great conversation about the Royals this morning. We'll just kind of dive into some topics for the Royals here as they continue their offseason search for additional offense. And then at 3:45, we'll have a take to Tuesday with Jack Johnson. All right, let's talk Big 12 basketball. Last night, Arizona and BYU. Shane and I were talking. We were very excited for this game, a game that was, in terms of the Vegas odds, was basically a coin flip. BYU, one of the highest ceiling teams, I think, in the entire country. Arizona, probably the highest floor in the country, one of the most consistent programs, one of the last unbeaten teams in college basketball. And Arizona holds on in a absolute thrilling final 10 minutes of play. The Wildcats would dominate for most of the game. They led by as many as 71-54 in the second half. BYU would make a late run. They got to within 1 point with 16 seconds left, but Brandon Burries, the Arizona two-guard, he would hit a pair of free throws, and he sealed it with 3 seconds remaining as Arizona takes down BYU in Provo. And just in watching that game last night, I watched it a little bit before eventually falling to sleep, and Shane holds that same discretion. I just didn't really feel like staying up to watch the finale as Arizona was just flexing its muscles as they have all season long. I think this is by far the best team in the country. I don't think they're in their own tier, but I think if you were to size up any teams, you'd have to look at Arizona as one of the top teams in the country. They're ranked number 1 in the AP poll right now, and they're still undefeated. And last night you got superstar performances out of their two guards. Jaden Bradley went for 26 points. Brandon Burries hit a couple of clutch free throws and finished with 29. Koa Pete, who's probably their most likely lottery pick, their highest coming up pick in the NBA draft. He had a quiet 10 points. He's averaging near 15 a game on the season. And their bigs, Motias Krivas, didn't really do much last night. Toby Awaka, who is one of the best 6 men in the country, who's averaging nearly a double-double off the bench. He didn't have his best game last night. Arizona was really, really good last night. BYU, for most of the game, just didn't really have the offensive firepower we're used to seeing from them. Such a quick turnaround from them playing at home against Utah on Saturday in the late night. They really didn't have their legs underneath them. They got Richie Saunders going for 18 and Kennard Davis for 17. That helped make up for a bit of an off night from the, I would say, probably the top 2 players for BYU and A.J. DeBansa and Rob Wright, who went 9 of 40 combined. But Arizona went to the free throw line 32 times. A.J. DeBansa was really ineffective last night, just 6 of 24. But I think that now Kansas has a decent idea of how to beat BYU. It's just to slow them down offensively, to focus in on their 2 most dynamic players, which is a lot easier said than done. I think that the matchup of DeBansa, he really is just a matchup nightmare. I think you look at that Kansas side of things and you're kind of like, okay, who's going to guard him in an ISO situation? Are we going to put Melvin Council on him, who holds probably a 5-inch height disadvantage? Are we going to run Flory out on the perimeter, who's more of an interior guy? I think BYU and their pace and space style really dictates a lot of how a game gets to be played. They're such a tough matchup, but Arizona, who is one of the lengthiest teams, especially on the inside with Krivas, and when Awaka comes off the bench, I mean, it's really hard to score on them at the rim. I think that's what makes BYU so dangerous, is just their array of guys that can get to the rack and kick it out and find some really elite shooters, including, of course, Richie Saunders, who was phenomenal for them last year, Kennard Davis, who's been solid for them. But the best thing that BYU does, they get to the rack, they run ISO a ton. But Jack, did you stay up last night and watch the game? And if so, what were some of your takeaways between what some people would say are the two best teams in the 12?
Yeah, that was certainly a thrilling game, and for a while it looked like it was going to be a runaway win for Arizona, and they absolutely are the top dog right now and should be treated as such. Is it going to stay that way forever? I'm really not sure at this point in time. I mean, they are such a bear. They are a beast in this conference, the best conference in college basketball, and that was going to be a huge test for them in Provo. It's a tough place to win. You've got a surefire top 3 pick in the NBA draft that you're going up against. And, they pretty much isolated him, or I guess I should say isolated him from the offense. And I know some people will take that as, just Debanza was able to go one-on-one. Well, it kind of created a lack of movement for BYU offense, where we saw him put up 40-plus, where it was effortless. In Arizona, they had a great game plan against them, and that's just Debanza to a T. I mean, even if he's going 6 of 25 from the floor, he's probably still going to put up 20-plus points. And if there was one knock on A.J. Debanza so far, you go look up his numbers against the good teams BYU has played. It has not been very good so far. Now, he's still a freshman, and he is still one of the most talented and arguably the most unguardable presence in college basketball. But Arizona proved to me last night that no matter where they're playing, they are going to be a handful for 40 minutes. And they did nearly cough it up at the end. There were some questionable, controversial calls that allowed that to happen. But still, Arizona is a team that, for Kansas fans, I saw this stat from, I want to say it was Adam Sullivan, but Arizona will probably be 23-0 when they come down Fieldhouse in a couple of weeks. And KU's never beaten a number 1 team at Allen Fieldhouse before. They're 0-4. And Arizona's going to be undefeated, number 1 in the country. And Bill Self's also 38-0 at home on Big Monday. And so someone's got to give at that point. Either they're going to finally beat a number 1, or Bill Self's going to lose his 38-game winning streak at home on Big Monday. As for Saturday's game, there's still a couple to go. They got to go play BYU, Texas Tech, and Utah before Arizona. That BYU game, this is where Kansas can firmly put themselves back in the conversation of a Big 12 title contender. Because if they beat BYU on Saturday, that then puts them 4th, I believe, in the conference behind
They're
only
tied
Houston.
for 4th right now. There's a 3-way tie with BYU, KU, and Iowa State.
Okay, and so if they beat BYU, they've got that tiebreaker for the time being over the Cyclones, who they got to go to Ames, and then they'd have the tiebreaker over BYU, and they don't go to Provo later on in this year. So it's a huge test for both of these teams. BYU doesn't want to be that team that has 2 straight losses in 1 week. In Kansas, they're looking to make it 5 in a row and yet another ranked win at home before you have maybe your most difficult road test to date in Lubbock against Texas Tech, who's still ahead of you in the Big 12 standings. But there was a lot on film on how to slow down this BYU offense. At times, as crazy as it sounds, when Debanza is the focus offensively, it hurts them a lot because they still have some great players in that starting 5, Richie Saunders being one of them. But when Debanza is struggling and he's still trying to get his looks, you'll see a stagnant offense for BYU. And against good teams this year, top 25 opponents, you've seen that version of A.J. Debanza and this version of BYU more often than not. I would expect them, though, to play much better in the first 30 minutes of the game on Saturday than they did at home against Arizona.
And they're a team that likes to shoot the basketball. They're a perimeter-centric team. They want to get shots up. And when you're on that short rest, it's hard to – you don't have the legs that you did, on that Saturday game. But in kind of answer my question, who do you think guards Debanza? I think it'll be a rotation of guys, maybe it's Flory, but is there anybody that you see as a guy that would guard Debanza? Because he's just such a mismatch machine. I mean, he's 6'9", with, the wingspan of a star center. I mean, he's huge. Is there anybody that you think can at least hold him, or is it just going to be a work by committee and just send doubles at him the entire game?
Well, KU's defense is designed around switching everything because they have 5 guys that can all guard 5 different spots on the floor. Now, the thing is with Debanza, and when you see this with KU's defense, they're not switching unless there's ball screens. So they switch every ball screen out there, and if they bring Flory Badunga out, there will be times that Debanza is going one-on-one against him for matchup purposes, because there's also a lot of times that Debanza doesn't get a screen. He just catches the ball on the wing and then tries to back you down and shoot a fadeaway. My guess is that Trey White would get the first crack at him just because he's 6'7", 6'8". He matches up a little bit better than Melvin Councilwood or Darren Peterson. But there's definitely going to be times where Peterson's on Debanza and Badunga's on Debanza, and I'm sure Council will have his fair share of times where he's on him. And, the first 5 to 6 minutes of how Debanza's playing is going to tell us a lot. Because if he starts struggling, everybody knows what this game is really about in the grand scheme of things. It's not KU versus BYU. It's
Darren
Peterson versus AJ Debanza.
Yep.
Yeah, this is likely for these two guys, their chance to showcase why they're more deserving of the number 1 pick, which is why, everybody's going to be watching this game, why they're going to want both those guys going one-on-one against each other. And if Debanza opens up the game 1 of 5, 0 of 4, and Peterson looks good, what's going to happen the rest of the game? Well, I'd imagine that Debanza is going to look at that and say, well, I need to start playing better than Darren Peterson. And that's what KU wants to have happen, of course, is it turns into this is me versus you, not BYU versus Kansas. And I don't know the kid personally. He might be a very unselfish player that only cares about BYU winning instead of his overall stat line. But it's kind of hard to ignore why a lot of people will watch this game. And I'm saying that as a KU fan, we all know that it's 2 NBA or future NBA All-Stars, maybe even MVP winners going toe-to-toe for the one and probably only time at the college level unless they run into each other again in the Big 12 tournament. But the atmosphere should be great. Debanza is going to want to erase what just happened on Monday night. And Darren Peterson, who didn't get a play on Saturday against Kansas State, he's probably going to be going for his best performance as a Jayhawk. Because if he does, then I think it kind of becomes unanimous at this point. He's the number 1 pick, and Debanza would be number 2.
Yeah, and I think that, I was just looking at the top 6 in the Big 12, and they're all top 15 in KenPom. I think that if you have the opportunity now, buy a ticket for the Big 12 men's basketball tournament in Kansas City, because hell, I might text my brother and be like, hey, I'm coming up that weekend. I know that I just got my credential approved, but you're going to get a chance to see when it gets down to the semifinals or hell, even the quarterfinals. Arizona, Texas Tech, Houston, Iowa State, BYU, Kansas, and there's, still other talented teams in the Big 12 that could make some noise, but it's those 6 teams. Arizona, they're 7th in the country in average height. Krivas is 7'2". Koa Pete is built like a defensive end at 6'8", 240. They've got, like Jack said, 2 pretty easy tests. They'll go at Arizona State this weekend, Oklahoma State, and then get that big Monday game against Kansas. Texas Tech, I think they're kind of the big wild card here this season, where JT Toppin has leveled up in a way that we didn't think he would be able to. He's averaging 22 and 11. Christian Anderson has gone from a 6th man of the year type of guy to now he's averaging 20 and leading the conference in assists per game. They've got that big Monday game against Kansas coming up on next Monday, so 6 days from now. Kelvin Sampson, I think this might be his most talented team. There's a real chance they have 4 first-round picks with Flemings, Uzan, Cenac, and that's not even talking about a couple of the other experienced guys like Emmanuel Sharp. Houston is the real, I think, danger in this conference. I think they're the most likely, other than Arizona, to make a deep run in March because this team is absolutely talented, and having that Kelvin Sampson DNA really helps them out. They haven't been tested as much this year. Houston's had a fairly easy road. They've only played 6 quad 1 games. They've played a lot of quad 3 and quad 4 games. So you've seen a team that hasn't been tested as much, but wins against Auburn on a neutral, Arkansas, Texas Tech, Baylor. Those are good teams, and Houston's had their way with them. Iowa State is kind of a wild card. I think that this is a team that traditionally, under TJ Otzelberger, really hits a wall once we get to February. It's happened year after year where they just get absolutely hot out of the gates, and then all of a sudden things come to a screeching halt. It happened last year. They reached up to as high as number 2 in the country and didn't even make the second weekend of the tournament. Same thing happened the year before. They made it to the Elite Eight. They made it all the way up to number 4 in the country. And then years past, it's been the exact same story. So Iowa State is a team that has routinely hit a wall. Is that going to happen again? We'll see, because I looked at Iowa State's schedule, starting on Valentine's Day and into the end of the season. KU, Houston, at BYU, at Utah, home against Tech, at Arizona, and then versus Arizona State. That is your 3-week stretch to close out the season before the Big 12 tournament. That's a team that is going to learn a lot about itself heading into the conference tournament, where they traditionally have had a lot of success. BYU, a team, like Jack said, they have to play better against good teams. They've really struggled against some of the better teams, especially AJ Debanza, 4-3 in quad 1 games. They haven't played that much against the quad 2 teams. But I was telling Shane this earlier, Jack, the Big 12, the top 6 teams have faced off together just 5 times combined this season, with 2 of those being Tech and Houston facing off twice. They really, the top tier of the Big 12 has not faced off that much. BYU and Arizona just played last night. KU, Iowa State the other day. Iowa State and Houston and Texas Tech twice. The Big 12 up at the top has been relatively untested, which makes things really interesting going into this back half of the conference schedule, where you're going to learn a lot about teams like Houston, like BYU. I think there's some really high ceilings. We've seen that. But now we're going to see what the floor looks like for some of these teams. And I know that Arizona is probably the running away favorite right now to be the best team in the Big 12. But, Jack, of those top 5, not including Kansas, Arizona feels like the number 1 with a bullet. But is there anybody else in that top tier that you feel really confident can make a deep run in March?
Yeah, if you're looking at any of Texas Tech, Houston, and Arizona, you got a pretty safe bet that one of those teams is going to go pretty far in March. It's always tough to get into March when you've got that target on your back. If Arizona gets to March Madness undefeated, now you're just playing with fire of you haven't lost yet this year, and everybody's looking for you to be that team. And we haven't seen a team go into March Madness undefeated since Kentucky, I believe.
No, it was Gonzaga in the COVID year.
Okay, then the Gonzaga in the COVID year being undefeated, that's pretty tough to top, but they also play in the Division II conference, so I don't know how much
they're 21-1. That's insane. I haven't heard it from them all year.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. They will never join a conference that is that competitive.
Well, actually, they'll be in the Pac-12 next year. No,
who even would be in the Pac-12 anymore?
Yeah.
But, you look at anybody in the Big 12, they're going to have a really good chance to go deep in the tournament. Kelvin Sampson's group coming off of a national championship loss where they had the lead there late. They led for the majority of that game, and they've got to be so motivated. At the same time, it's incredibly difficult to get back to the national championship after you've done it, even if you weren't the winner. Whereas you look at a team like Texas Tech, they were right there too. They were in the Elite Eight against Florida, leading by double digits, and then collapsed late.
Yeah.
And then you look at someone, of course, like Arizona. They're just, as we said earlier, they're so unbeatable right now. The way they have bludgeoned teams that are beneath them, that are inferior to them, it kind of leads you to believe that they're not going to change that much come tournament time. They remind me a little bit of the UConn team that went back-to-back a few years ago, where all year long it was, they've got the pressure of being the national champion. They're not going to be able to make that deep of a run. And they just ran through everybody. It was never close. They completely dominated everybody in the tournament. Arizona has that feel. What I will be curious to see is when they lose, and that's just, they're in the Big 12. They're going to lose to somebody before tournament time. When they do lose, what are they going to look like after that?
Yeah.
Because right now you're riding the confidence of we're undefeated, we're number 1, we've had this spot for a while. The minute you have that first loss, how does your team respond? And they're still going to be really talented, but you would lose some of that momentum you've had for the entire year. They haven't dealt with any adversity just yet. Most of their wins have been by double digits, and last night could have been one of those adversity moments and blowing a 11-point lead with a minute to go. But now they'll get a chance to go and smack around Arizona State and Oklahoma State, and their next test will be in Lawrence against Kansas. And if you win that one, unless they play Houston again, which I think they do, and I want to say it's in Houston, I don't know how many more tests they'll have on their schedule. I mean, there's only another month to go, basically, or a month and a few weeks to go before the Big 12 tournament, and there's a lot of winnable games on that schedule. But right now, Arizona is my favorite to make the deep run. Of course, that's an easy pick. And then right after that, I'd say Houston and Texas Tech, and I'd be floored if all three of those teams weren't in the Sweet 16 come mid-March.
Well, it's a lot of fun to speculate, but we are Wichita's home for March Madness. So if you are looking forward to the NCAA tournament, well, ESPN Wichita is your home for that. We'll have live play-by-play of all of your favorite March Madness games, so be sure to tune in when that time rolls around. But we're going to pivot from basketball, and we are going to move over to the NFL ranks. As when we return, we'll be joined by Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. We'll get the latest from the Chiefs side of things when we return here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You're tuned into The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hi, this is Blake Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Brian Davis with another great special on Buchanan Scotch 750 ml, only $33.99.
And don't forget Coors Light 24 packs, just $25.99.
Davis Liquor Outlet,
Each store independently owned and operated.
neighborhood locations with superstore price.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Aria that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Aria and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Aria.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond? Maybe Roy is just bird speak for Save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Head to Gillies Park City for live music and our legendary hockey talk. See Neon Profits January 30th and 31st. Wednesdays belong to the ladies. No cover, just good times. Play for a chance to win a 2026 Chevy Trail Boss to be given away January 31st at 10 p.m. Get double entries on Mondays and Tuesdays this month. Every Monday and Wednesday is our hottest hot seat drawings where 100 winners take home a share of $10,000 in club cash. Catch every play of NFL and college football playoffs at Golden Circle Sports Bar. Gillies, where the stars come to play. Visit playgillies.com.
We don't do ordinary at Occidental Management. We pride ourselves on going beyond the typical commercial real estate relationship.
Occidental Management made the move to our new location in Delano an incredible experience. We're happy to have them as a partner in furthering our mission to end Alzheimer's. Your generosity helps us fund groundbreaking research and provide support and education for families impacted by this terrible disease. Learn more at alz.org or call 800-272-3900.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, and streaming live on the ESPN Wichita app. Chance Lemo here filling in for Pat Strathman as he's on the road right now. And we're pleased to be joined by Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com as he joins us. He's actually up at 810 WHB right now. Matt, did you just get snowed in, or are you there for an event or something?
Well, I'm on with Soren Petro at 3 o'clock here in Kansas City. So eventually I figured out that I could actually come in and hang out with Jack here in the studio and talk to you guys directly. So
yeah, this is great. We'll throw you some soft toss in the batting cage underneath the dugout before you go in and hit with the big leaguers with Soren in the program. We appreciate you for joining us here. Super Bowl 60, I believe. Is this the least excited you've been for a Super Bowl since the Chiefs run started?
Well, I don't know what to make of this Super Bowl. I mean, it's definitely not what I expected. I bet on the quarterbacks to make the Super Bowl, and all the quarterbacks that I bet on did not make a chance. So I don't know. What do people make? I mean, is this going to be an entertaining Super Bowl because it's just not usual suspects, other than the Patriots are a usual suspect, but none of the people on the Patriots are usual suspects. So I don't know. And I mean, I'm a big Mike Vrabel fan as a coach, so that intrigues me. But yeah, I mean, hey, will I be watching this as intently as I have recent Super Bowls? No, I'm probably not. I mean, I'll watch the game and all, but that's not like I'll be. I don't really have a dog in the fight, though.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a non-Chiefs Super Bowl blowout since Super Bowl 50 when the Broncos took down the Panthers 24-10. But even that game was close. The last one really that was a blowout was the Seahawks over the Broncos in 2013. But I just feel like this Super Bowl, and maybe the NFL is heading in this direction. I think maybe coaching is becoming important. It's crazy to say that here in the year 2026, but like you said, you thought about all the quarterbacks and where they lie, and right now where things are at, coaching matters a lot in the NFL. It's not just quarterback play. You saw some quarterbacks this year take steps back with some coaches that might not have been good for them, and I think that right now where we're at, Clint Kubiak has done a hell of a job with the Seahawks. I think he's been one of the more underrated coaches of this last 2 years, because remember, he had the Saints cooking early in the season last year before the wheels kind of fell off. And on the other side, I think that one of the reasons why the Patriots could be a long-term fixture in the AFC is nobody's going to hire Josh McDaniels away after his last 2.5 tenures as a head coach. Remember, the Colts tried to hire him away in that fiasco, and then the Raiders was a dumpster fire. There's nobody that's going to hire Josh McDaniels. I think that right now we're kind of in a coaching matters a lot in the NFL.
Oh, it absolutely does. And, really we've been in a pattern where if you've got the coach and the quarterback, it's the most important thing. And right now, I mean, you've got two here's the crazy thing, Chance, is that if you told me 20 years from now that, hey, Drake May won this Super Bowl, I'd say, yeah, that probably makes sense because he's probably won a bunch more, and he and Vrabel have gone on a little bit of a run. 20 years from now, you told me, okay, well, Sam Darnold won this Super Bowl. I'd be like, okay, well, Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl too. So yeah, that's about the same. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is the beginning of the Sam Darnold era. I don't know. But I mean, to this point, I mean, Drake May being there makes a lot more sense than Sam Darnold does.
Yeah.
But these are two teams that win with defense, and they don't take a lot of chances on offense. But then again, Seattle's got some playmakers.
Yeah, I think that they fit the mold of what a lot of NFL teams, including my favorite team, the Colts, have tried to do for so long, is build a good enough foundation so that when you have the opportunity to get a quarterback, that you don't have missing pieces. You're able to support him. You don't want a situation like the Jets had with Sam Darnold, where they had nothing surrounding him for the first 4 years of his career, and he looked awful. And, kind of what's going on in Tennessee right now, what happened with Trevor Lawrence for a couple of years out of his career. I mean, you have to have pieces around the quarterback. I think that quarterback as a position is very valuable, but it's overrated a little bit, because I don't think we have this version of Patrick Mahomes if he doesn't have Andy Reid as his play caller, Travis Kelce in the midst of his prime, and Tyreek Hill really starting to break out early in his career to help him mature as a first-year starter, and, of course, Alex Smith to help him as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the Chiefs began this Super Bowl run because they had a core of just incredible young players that were able to play together. And honestly, I mean, to a degree, things were easy for them.
Yeah.
Even when they had some, 11-5 or 11-6 seasons, I mean, things were still relatively easy for them. It's been harder the last couple of years as that core has been broken up, and they've had to win in different ways. This year, I mean, I think obviously one of the lessons I think you had to take away from the Chiefs this season was that Patrick Mahomes made up for a lot of lacks. That he just erased a lot of issues with this team, and certainly the last couple of games of the season, I think that certainly got exposed with the fact that you just see that without Patrick Mahomes, this team's a different team, and there are other teams that are the same way.
Yeah.
The Buffalo Bills, their core of when in the run that they were in, and got eroded.
The
And
Ravens
this year, I think, got exposed. The Ravens, and again, to a degree, I mean, I feel like Josh Allen and maybe Lamar Jackson too. Throw him in there. There's a couple of these quarterbacks that it's like the Venus and Serena Williams.
Mhm.
If Venus Williams, was an only child, she'd be the greatest women's tennis player in history.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that she always had Serena around that was in her way was a problem.
Yeah.
If Patrick Mahomes played baseball, Josh Allen would probably have a couple of Super Bowl rings by now. Lamar Jackson might have one too.
Yeah. And I think that, the NFL I think it's in a great spot. I love where the league's heading. I wish they wouldn't have added the extra game because it feels like we're just muckying things up at the end. I don't think we have a Bo Nix injury. I don't think we have I think that the 17th game was unnecessary, but I think the NFL as a whole is in a great spot. But when you look at the Chiefs, they're heading into a really pivotal offseason where you look around the AFC. I think the Chiefs feel really good about their position in it, but the Broncos looked really good this year. There were times where the Chargers looked really good, and the Chargers swept the Chiefs this year. The Ravens are getting new leadership. The Bills getting new leadership. The Jaguars looked like a real player. The Colts were the one seed at one time. The AFC is a really good conference, and the Chiefs have the best quarterback of that group. But this is a pivotal offseason. They've got a top 10 pick. They've got an aging roster where they can make some moves. But when it comes to the Super Bowl teams that are in the field right now, what can the Chiefs learn from how those two teams were built to maybe put themselves in a favorable position heading into 26 and beyond?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some things that they certainly know already, but one is that I think you have to do what I know what the Chiefs want to do, which is to get younger and faster.
Mhm.
And you can't continue to necessarily keep the same core around if it's going to end up with you just being slower all across the board. You still have to have a lot of speed.
Mhm.
You have to have it at your playmakers. You have to have it on defense. Teams aren't built on paper, and the Chiefs have had the last couple of years, I think, teams that looked good on paper.
Mhm.
But then when you put them onto the field, and maybe especially when you're not looking at the back of their football cards or their Pro Football Reference page, you realize, okay, well, wait a minute, you're banking on some guys that have maybe been injured or guys that their best years maybe are behind them.
Mhm.
And, you remember, I mean, when the Chiefs were at their best, it was because they had a young up and coming core still around Patrick Mahomes. And I think they're trying to get there. But again, you've got to make the right choices, which, these teams have done. You've got to draft well, which, these teams have done to get there. And, you have to have some toughness, and that's going to maybe just transition right into maybe some of the changes that the Chiefs are making right now.
And the Chiefs feel like they're probably in a good position. And I think there are really good pieces to that roster. I think that if things get cleared up with Rashee Rice off the field, that he's a receiver that you could see doing a good JSN impression. I think that's one thing that the Chiefs have, but he's got to stay healthy and he's got to stay focused on the field. But Josh Simmons had a really impressive rookie season at times, but now he's got to stay on the field. And George Karlaftis had his spurts. Trent McDuffie's a solid player, but they lack that top end guy. It feels like that they can really rely on. Travis Kelce was that for so long. They had Chris Jones, who has been really good over the last couple of seasons, but you can tell that Father Time is never lost, and he's starting to chip away at Chris Jones a little bit. What kind of top-end talent would you like to see the Chiefs add this offseason? Is it a skill player, offensive line-wise? Where would you like to see the Chiefs, really hit a home run?
Yeah, on the offensive side, I mean, I think there's two pieces that obviously I think that they really need. And, one, whether or not Travis Kelce comes back, they need the transition piece.
Do you have a good feel for that? Do you know? I mean, it feels like with EB back in the fold, it feels like Travis Kelce might have a new lease on life.
I mean, Travis, at least in the few things that he said about it, certainly seems to be sounding more like he's coming back than he was at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I would have bet 2 weeks ago, I would have said 99% chance that he's retiring.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it's more likely than not, but I've softened on that. I mean, right now it would not surprise me at all if he does decide to come back for one more year.
And they would have to sign him because I believe he's a free agent as well.
And they would have to sign him because he is a free agent. I don't think that would be an issue at all. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
the Chiefs would figure that out, and I mean, hey, it's the chance. There's things that can happen. After players retire that they get taken care of. So I'll spin some conspiracy theories there that you can take Jared Travis one way or another.
Oh yeah,
maybe legal or not, but hey, whatever.
If Steve Ballmer can do it, Clark Hunt can do it. I guarantee that.
Oh,
There can be a tree farm planted somewhere in Cincinnati for him, I'm sure.
I never really understood why the NFL didn't really investigate why there were so many TB12 jerseys. Just not even talking about the NFL license, the Tom Brady branded jerseys that he branded and sold himself. There were like 20,000 of these.
Yeah.
Around just being unsold at Patriots games. They were just like stacked up everywhere. And it's like, okay, well, so Robert Kraft and the Patriots bought millions of dollars of T-shirts from Tom Brady.
Yeah.
How's that not a salary cap deal? But your mileage may vary. But you can take care of Travis. But I mean, the two things they need on offense, I mean, whether Travis comes back or not, you need the next target for Patrick Mahomes. I don't think it's here. I mean, if Rashee Rice, hey, maybe he's the number one receiver, but you also only have team control for him of one more year. And I don't know if you want to make him the centerpiece of your team, of your skill position players for the next 4 or 5 years. So you got that to consider. And you need a running back. I mean, particularly look at the ability of these two teams that are in the Super Bowl to run the football.
With multiple backs.
With multiple backs, but even like, Kenneth Walker's a great running back, but they've got multiple guys there. And again, I mean, I've been saying that the Chiefs have to kind of moneyball this a little bit.
Agreed.
Running back in particular. And, hey, you want at least 1,500 yards. You'd like to have 1,800 yards from your top two running backs. But that's what you got to get to. You don't have to have one guy that can do that. You don't need a goat. You don't need a unicorn. You can just get two guys that can do that for you. It's fine. There's teams around the league. I mean, the Lions are a great example of that. I mean, what Bieniemy just did with the Bears is a good example of that. You don't have to have the one guy that gets it for you, but if you've got two guys and all they can get for you is 1,200 yards, you're not going to be a very good team.
Yeah, and the Chiefs also have to get a back that can catch passes because I other than Brashard Smith, and you can call him whatever position you want to call him, Isaiah Pacheco had 19 catches, Kareem Hunt had 18. That's not even sniffing. Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet split snaps, and those guys had a ton more than they did. That's kind of where I'm at right now with the Chiefs. I think that if I were a fan and I heard Jeremiah Love get picked 9th in overall, I think that's a massive misallocation of resources in an offense that will never prioritize running the football under Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. They need to go out and get a proven running back like a Travis Etienne on the open market who may become available, a Breece Hall, who a lot of people here in Wichita want to see. Is there anybody that you really got your eyes on or your spidey senses are kind of tingling when you think about, well, maybe that could be a connection for Brett Veach because they were really high on Elijah Mitchell. They signed him in the tampering period. Do you think they'll get out early and sign someone, or do you think this is going to be a drawn-out process where they're, sitting at the table and looking for leftovers?
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, it could and should be looks like a buyer's market for running backs this year because there's a lot that are going to be on hitting free agency. Looks like they're pretty good backs, and in some cases it's the number 2 guy from some backfields that's going to be available. But I mean, Tyler Allgeier's another guy. You've mentioned a couple of them. I mean, Breece Hall. I'm not sure there's anybody that's a running back in this year's draft that free agency that I would say, okay, that's the guy you should go get and be your dominant number 1 guy. I think there's a lot of players out there who would be great as the number 1 and the 2 back setup. But like you said, now the Chiefs don't have either back of a 2 back setup. I'm not sure that Kareem or Pacheco at this point are even the number 2. I mean, if you're going to keep Kareem, to me, he's great short yardage back. I mean, he's more effective than the tush push. That's great. Number 3 guy, that's a fine role for him. I don't know, when Andy Reid was asked about him, if he's a receiver or a running back, that he said both, and that's usually a terrible answer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, I keep saying that, hey, his comp at this point looks like Dexter McCluster, and it's not a bad player, but it's not, necessarily the key part of a backfield or the key part of a wide receiver group. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs went, draft and free agency as far as addressing running back, but I'm with you. I mean, hitting running back in the first round, even if it's for a player like Jeremiah Love, who could be that dominant player. I mean, let's say you go out and you spend $10 million in free agency on running backs. You could in theory fix your running back problem for $10 million. Would $10 million fix your problem of having an elite wide receiver or adding to your pass rush? No, because I mean, $10 million, those two spots aren't going to get you anything close to solving your problem. I mean, that's halfway at best.
Yeah, and you look at the running backs, the top 10 running backs in rushing yards. Only my count, 3 of the top 10 made the playoffs. I mean, Jonathan Taylor, in my opinion, is one of the best running backs in the NFL, and he really teetered off once Daniel Jones got hurt. I mean, running back is a position where it's fun to have a really good running back, but they don't win Super Bowls. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see how the Chiefs approach it. Before we let you go, the Chiefs are in a terrible spot cap-wise, but we've still got plenty of time for them to figure that out. But if you had to look at some guys that could be cap casualties or restructures, is there anywhere you're looking at for the Chiefs to, maybe make some wiggle room for them to go out and make a move free agency-wise?
Yeah, I mean, this was going to be one of those years where you're reworking Patrick Mahomes' contract anyway. I'm assuming it still will. I mean, they could just do a simple restructure with him because he's got, the $77 million cap hit. You could erase all of your cap problems there, and you'd still need some more space. But Patrick can solve you a lot of your problems with his contract. But there's others. I mean, and there's going to be guys you're walking away from. I would not anticipate a Hollywood Brown to be back, or Charles Omenihu. Those guys contracts were up anyway. The bigger question is going to be kind of those guys that are nice role players, but can you continue to afford them?
Noah Gray,
especially as they get up there. Noah Gray's in that category. Mike Dan is in that category. Drew Tranquil is in that category. Any of those guys who are getting to closer to 30, or even on the wrong side of 30. Chris Jones gets bantered about as a cap casualty or a trade, but really it doesn't make financial sense. For the Chiefs. I mean, he's almost as expensive or more expensive to trade or to keep or to release. So and you know what? Chris can still be a productive player. And he's especially, I think, as far as, just trying to rebuild that pass rush. If you want to be better next year, Chris is an important piece because you don't have anybody else. I mean, you still don't know what to make of Omar Norman Lott and a lot of other guys. So, I mean, there's a few different places where the Chiefs could get some relief, and and some of them are going to be tough calls. I mean, they could get some relief with like a Christian Fulton, but the way that he played in the last month of the season, I think he's one of your best 3 corners right now. So and that was what he looked more like the guy that you signed last year.
And they're in a really tough spot, and that's a spot you never want to be in, where you desperately need new blood in the locker room, but you have very little draft capital. And you have very little cap space. And so there's going to have to be some they're going to have to squint, and they're going to have to really work the margins to get guys that are hungry in there. I think that's kind of what a lot of people believed, was there's just a level of complacency there that you haven't seen in years past with them, where they're just kind of tired. They're worn out. And I think that in this offseason, they have to get some guys that are hungry and motivated heading into the year of our Lord 2026.
Well, and you mentioned 2 words there, and hungry, and I'm trying to remember the other one.
Complacency.
There you go. Thank you. Apparently, I'm one of those 2 things. Maybe I'm more. I don't know, more hungry than complacent, but I'm always one of the 2, Jack. But Chance, gosh, I mean, man, what is wrong with me?
It's today? Monday. It's Monday for all of us.
I had a great point that I just absolutely buried into the ground now. But you talk about complacency and you talk about attitude. I mean, that's why you bring in Eric Bieniemy, because this team, absolutely, it looked like it had both those things. And I can buy this team saying, hey, you know what? The last 3 years have been a grind. And the 3-peat year, everything that they poured into that, it cost you. There was no doubt. It cost you cap space. It cost you draft picks. It cost you energy. It cost you all those things. But, even listening to Andy Reid yesterday, I mean, reading between the lines, it certainly felt like, what's the difference between Eric Bieniemy and Matt Nagy? It's that Eric Bieniemy is going to light into you, and it's his way or the highway to a degree, and he knows how to push guys' buttons. And once again, you look at it, Patrick Mahomes played his best under EB. I don't know necessarily that, Patrick loves playing for EB, but he plays better with EB.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's probably one of the reasons why, even though it always doesn't look like it, he probably does like EB.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a massive season coming up for the Chiefs, a make or break year for them. Matt, appreciate your time and stay warm out there. All right.
I appreciate you, buddy. Take care, Chance.
That's Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. If you want to hear more from Matt, he'll be in the 3 o'clock hour of the program. But when we come back, we'll get to our Tanker Barbecue burnt end of the hour question and wrap up hour number 1 of The Pulse here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This Sports Center is brought to you by KDOT. As your speedometer creeps up, so does your risk of crashing. Don't try to save time speeding. Save a heartbreak by driving safely and making it there in one piece.
Truck owners, Toppers Plus Truck and RV is stocked with the tonneau cover for you. Protect your truck bed and valuables with a locking truck lid. Choose from hard, soft, folding, or retractable covers. Toppers Plus has top brands including Lear, Backflip, Undercover, X-Stang, Roll and Lock, Retracts, and more. Work or play, make your truck work for you. Visit our huge showroom at 333 Northwest Street or toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
Saturday, the Jayhawks face BYU at 3:30. Tune in for live coverage right here on the home of the Jayhawks, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco. When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Welcome back to The Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM, and streaming live on the ESPN Wichita app. Chance Lebo here with you as we wrap up hour number 1, and we'll do so with our Tanker Barbecue burnt end of the hour question. Get ready for takeoff. Your taste buds are in for a ride at Tanker Barbecue Company. From fall off the bone ribs to juicy brisket and house-made sides, they're serving food with big flavor and slow smoke to perfection. Check out mouth-watering specials like bacon wrap meatloaf, slider Saturday, and much more. Find them at 620 West Maple, open Tuesday through Saturday. Tanker Barbecue. Refuel your tank at Tanker Barbecue. All right, Jack, we've got a trivia question, and you are the asker, and the texters are the answerers. What is the burnt end of the hour question for today?
With Kansas State in Morgantown tonight, all you need to tell me is what the all-time record that K-State has against West Virginia. A hint, they have played 29 times. You just need to tell me what K-State's record is in those 29 games against West Virginia.
And you can tell Jack by checking out the text line, 316-247-0923. What is K-State's all-time record in 29 meetings against West Virginia on the hoops? So text us, 316-247-0923. All right, let's take a look at some mock drafts. Usually people call this Mock Draft Monday, yada, yada, yada. But we are going to just take a look, even though it's not Monday. We're going to take a look today and see what some of the latest mock drafts say. And we will look first at what ESPN says the Chiefs will do. And they really think the Chiefs are going to end up with Jeremiah Love, the Notre Dame running back. They believe that the Chiefs are going to add a running back to, like Matt Derrick said, a offense that desperately needs one. And Jeremiah Love is who ESPN pegs as the Chiefs' number 9 pick in the draft. Daniel Jeremiah, who's about as plugged in as they come when it comes to the NFL draft, he says that they're going to select Reuben Bain, defensive end out of Miami. Personally, I think this is a really good move or a really good addition if the Chiefs are to get it. I think Ruben Bain is a superstar waiting to happen. If they were to get him to add along Chris Jones and George Karlaftis on the defensive side of the ball, I think that's one of the top 10 pass rushes in the NFL. PFF has them taking Francis Mauigoa, the offensive tackle from Miami. That's who PFF has them taking. I don't love pouring more resources into an offensive line that's already one of the highest paid in the NFL, already has 2 early picks in the draft, already sitting on the offensive line. I understand it was a weakness for them last year, but I just think that pouring more resources onto a offensive line that's already being paid and compensated so highly is a really tough to defend. CBS Sports, Ryan Wilson has them taking defensive end Keldrick Falk out of Auburn, and the Draft Network also has the Chiefs taking Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame. Jack, I won't ask you for who you're really looking forward to or who you really want the Chiefs to take, but is there anybody that really jumps off the board to you of Love, Bain, Mauigoa, and Keldrick Falk as positions the Chiefs could take in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, in a runaway, it'd be Ruben Bain. I would take either Ruben Bain or David Bailey, but now it's starting to appear that David Bailey's going to go top 5, even over someone like Ruben Bain. It would be a bad week if they took an offensive lineman with that 9th pick. Yeah. I mean, I'd go as far to say I'm calling for Brett Veach's job if they take an offensive lineman with that 9th pick, considering how awful the defensive line was last year. And if it's not a defensive end, if you don't want an edge rusher, then it better be the Malachi Lemon out of USC,
Lemon,
the wide receiver.
He's so good.
Lemon. Either him or then, I think I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't be a little bit excited about a Jeremiah Love pick, but I also know that taking a running back top 10 is considered pretty taboo in the NFL world. So my top 2 would be Ruben Bain and David Bailey. If it ain't them, maybe then Lamone and then Jeremiah Love. And if it's none of those guys either, I'd rather trade back and get more picks.
Yeah, especially with where the Chiefs are at. They don't have much draft capital, but Mekhi Lamone would be really, really good in that Chiefs offense, a great contested catcher. But when we return, it'll be hour number 2. We'll be joined by Taylor Eldridge of the Wichita Eagle. Coming up next on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
January is the perfect time to explore something new at Auburn Wine and Spirits. Discover unique wines, handcrafted spirits, and exciting non-alcoholic options curated by a knowledgeable team ready to help you find your next favorite. Join us for in-store tastings and educational experiences throughout the month. Visit Auburn Wine and Spirits at 320 North Rock Road or Auburn Spirits at 13303 West Maple for quality selection and friendly service you can trust. AuburnSpirits.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener, here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
At Dam Pharmacies, we're here to make your life easier with 7 locations in Derby, Rose Hill, Andover, Mulvane, and Wichita. Getting the care you need is always convenient. We offer fast prescription fills, personalized compounding, medication synchronization, and more, all with a friendly, helpful team that truly cares about your health. Stop by today and see how we make pharmacy simple, personal, and convenient. You'll be damn glad you did.
We ride to clear our heads, to feel the road beneath us. It's not just a hobby, it's a part of who we are. We also know how quickly things can change. One careless driver and life looks different. At Prochaska Law, we're not just lawyers. We are riders too. We understand what you're facing, and we'll ride with you every step of the way.
Two straight
This
voicemails
month,
from
give
Taylor,
riders
so I'll
the
just tell you when he's
space
calling.
and the
Okay, sounds
respect
good.
we all deserve.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Send a text into the show and much more.
Wichita's
the ESPN Wichita app. Your source for sports in Wichita.
92.3
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. 8 days after firing Sean McDermott, the Bills hired their new head coach, promoted the man who's been their offensive coordinator the last 2+ years, Joe Brady, during which quarterback Josh Allen won NFL MVP and running back James Cook captured the rushing title. In addition, the team, for the most problem, had no putting up points as well. Brady gets a 5-year contract. He now starts putting together his coaching staff, and the front office has work to do too, points out our Harry Douglas.
They still need better personnel, another receiver, another number one guy that he can go to at any juncture in the ball game, whether he's double covered, whether he's one-on-one, whether, it's a contested catch. They still need that guy.
Steelers coach Mike McCarthy got choked up at times at his introductory news conference when speaking of the chance to coach the team he grew up rooting for. When asked if he'd like Aaron Rodgers to return as quarterback in Pittsburgh, McCarthy replied, definitely. Days after firing 7 assistant coaches, Jets coach Aaron Glenn fired offensive coordinator Tanner Engstrand as he continues to overhaul his coaching staff. Houston's Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa out of the World Baseball Classic couldn't get insurance on their contracts.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Wednesday, we asked Mel Kiper Jr. if Mike McCarthy can turn Will Howard into the Steelers quarterback of the future when he joins us at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. It's on Sportsman, like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho.
Welcome back to the Pulse on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here with you, filling in for Pat Strathman today as he's out of commission, and I'll be here for the final hour of the Pulse. And here, as we always do on a Tuesday, we are joined on the hotline by the beat reporter for the Wichita State Shockers. It's Taylor Eldridge of the Wichita Eagle, brought to you by CBD American Shaman Wichita, now with locations in Wichita and Derby. Life is better with the feather. Taylor, Wichita State weathered the storm on Saturday as they took down Memphis in what was one of their most impressive wins this season. Paul Mills was super fired up about it, and I think that heading into what is basically an off week for Wichita State, it feels like vibes are at an all-time high for Wichita State. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's been a long time since, they won 3 in a row in conference play in January. They've always turned it around. It seems like in February and March under Paul Mills, but January had been kind of that bugaboo month, the month where they really, really struggled. I think they were 1-7 his first 2 seasons. To be, where they are, 1 game back from first place, going into February, big game coming up this weekend at Tulsa, a team that's ahead of them in the standings. So, it's definitely, vibes are high, like you said. They feel like they're starting to turn the corner, starting to play, their best brand of basketball. And that's what you want to be doing, this time of the year. You want to be building, they haven't peaked yet.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a lot of, they still left a lot of meat on the bone in that Memphis win that we can get into. But they're definitely trending in the right direction. And, it's obvious when you just look at some of the stuff, you watch on film, you look at the stats, things are trending in the right direction. And that was, quite the reversal from where this team was, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I know you and I were talking about it after I believe it was after they lost at home against Rice, how bad they had played in the month of January, how bad they were off a week of rest. We'll get into that in a little bit. But you brought up that they left some meat on the bone, or at least you think they have left some meat on the bone, especially in that win against Memphis. It's hard to get upset about a 15-point win against one of the preseason conference favorites, but kind of talk a little bit about what you saw there. Kind of dive a little bit deeper into that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so, really on offense, they got sped up a lot, and, that's to be expected. Memphis is really good at applying pressure, at forcing you to be uncomfortable. That's their kind of their stick, under Penny Hardaway. It's hard to look smooth and look good against Memphis because they're going to muck it up and they're going to just keep coming and coming and coming. And, you saw it on some of those rebounds that WSU would grab, and then next thing you know, Memphis has slapped it out of their hands, and they get a easy score. And I think that happened like 3 times. And some of the half court stuff, WSU, their guards get caught indecision, they get pressured, sped up. Like I said, just a few too many turnovers. I think what they were doing a really good job of, when they built that 20-point lead, they were just dominating the glass. I put this up on Twitter. I went back and looked, and they were boarding out at 86% on the defensive end. They've kind of been like just an average team on defensive rebounding. And Memphis, that's a top 40 offensive rebounding team. So that was a huge deal. They were boarding out at an elite rate. When they were up by 20, that slipped. That kind of comes to mind. They kind of went back to giving up a few too many on the offensive glass, giving Memphis a few too many easy second chance points, shots at the rim. That's kind of how Memphis got back in that a little bit, relatively. They're down 24. They got it all the way down to 11. So it wasn't, a perfect performance, but man, WSU gives credit, because they played really well to build that 20-point lead. And, it wasn't a 40-minute performance. But, it was a really good, about as good as you could play, on both ends for those first 20, 25. And that's what gave them the cushion to hold on at the end.
Did it surprise you at all how well they played against Memphis? I mean, they always seem to get up for Memphis. Paul Mills can say they're not really rivals, but it feels like they always get up for the Memphis game. And did it surprise you at all how much they really flexed their muscles against Memphis, who had been playing? They had been so up and down. They're hard to gauge on a night in, night out basis. But I was kind of caught off guard with how crisp they looked on Sunday or a Saturday.
Yeah, Memphis is, like you said, they're a strange team. To kind of just depends on what game you get them on, and they were without their second leading scorer for Saturday's game, and obviously, if you're paying attention, Penny Hardaway wanted to move that game up so they could get back to Memphis, and he probably has a point, because they got stuck. I think they just got back to Memphis, I believe, like last night. So, they were here for like 4 days not because of the Wichita weather, but because of Memphis. They had so much ice there. It was hard to get back to Memphis. And that was kind of his point. He wanted to get out of there so they could get home. And that was kind of a miserable road trip for Memphis, to lose to Tulsa. A game they were up and with like 5 minutes left. They lose by like 18. Then they go to Wichita, kind of get punked. And it was a little bit surprising. Not done that against Memphis. And granted, this isn't the same Memphis team that Penny Hardaway has usually had. It's probably the least talented team that he's had since joining the American. But, it's still Memphis. They were still picked to win the conference before the season. So it was impressive to see WSU get up by 24 and give them credit. Memphis kind of laid an egg there the first 25 minutes, and WSU made them pay for it. We've seen games where the other team has played poorly and WSU hasn't made them pay, and they're kind of stuck in this, they're only up by 4 or 6. So, WSU does deserve credit for making them pay and capitalizing on that. But yeah, it was a strange performance from Memphis. They just didn't look very engaged, that first half especially.
Do you feel like Paul Mills has gained some favor of the Wichita State fans? I think that he's done some of his best coaching this year, and you and I kind of talked about it over text that some of it might have just been circumstance, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But Paul Mills has been widely criticized, and that's going to happen. Wichita State fans are passionate. They understand where they see themselves in the American pecking order. They see their fan base compared to the others in the American, and they feel like they should be one of the better teams in the American. But Paul Mills, I feel like he's done a pretty good job with this team. You and I have talked and believe this is probably his most talented team. It hasn't played like it at times, but right now it feels like a road win at USF and then taking care of business in pretty dominant fashion at home this last week. It feels like he's started to gain some favor of the fan base, a fan base that, really was upset with him at multiple times this season.
Yeah, I asked him about that after Memphis. This is the style of basketball that fans want to see, that brand of basketball, and that's how they can get fans back, is to play gritty on defense, to win those 50-50 balls, and to just bring that effort and intensity. I think that's what a lot of Shocker fans really want to see. And, if they play like that and they keep winning, I don't think Shocker fans have any excuse. Why aren't they coming back? So we'll see. Like I said, Sunday is a big one. If they can win that at Tulsa, they're going to keep moving up, improving their position in the standings. It's a pretty jumbled mess right now at the top. But, like I said, Tulsa, they're expected to be in that race. They're, by all metrics, a top 2 team in the conference. So if you can win on the road, then you come back home next Wednesday, and no excuses. That place should be, that should be the biggest crowd of the season, because this team is playing some good basketball. And like I said, if they can keep it going on the road, I think that's what fans are kind of, they're kind of just waiting and seeing, and wanting to see if they can dip their toes back in the water. And Paul Mills said this after the game. It's up to the team to move people. It's up to them to convince them to come back and want to support this team. And I think they're in the process of doing that right now, because they're playing, like I said, a good brand of basketball. They're just killing teams on the glass. They're playing pretty good defense. And I think fans enjoy that, especially when they're winning.
Talking to Taylor Aldridge here, beat reporter for the Wichita Eagle, as Wichita State coming into the game against Tulsa on a 3-game winning streak. I kind of joked about it with you over text on Saturday. I think it was in the midst of Dylan Battie just having one of his best games of his young career. But it's kind of interesting. 2 of the most crucial moves for Paul Mills and Wichita State and their lineup came not because of anything. It just was because of circumstance. Will Berg dings up his ankle a little bit ahead of the DePaul game, and he misses that game, and he comes off the bench for the rest of the games after that. His numbers have exponentially increased, and the efficiency has been off the charts for Wichita State since that game. And then TJ Williams gets a concussion on their road trip, and then when they come back against North Texas, we see Dylan Battie get in the starting lineup, and he has been phenomenal for them. And it's funny to see. I mean, this is just college basketball sometimes. I mean, Wally Pipp is a guy that gets referred to a lot. The guy that, had the flu. Lou Gehrig came in the next day and never gave back his first base spot for that Yankees squad. But if Jarrett Valencia doesn't get a really bad injury, and TJ Williams doesn't get a concussion, are we talking about Wichita State being as good as they are? Because Dylan Battie might have been their most valuable player in their game on Saturday against Memphis.
Yeah, it's one of those where, he stayed ready. He was out of the rotation, a month ago. And they have that stay ready club, which is Paul Mills refers to sometimes, where, guys that aren't playing, they come in on off days and they go hard. They go, full on workouts, and the coaching staff puts them through it. And that's the, emphasis on stay ready. And, when Dylan Battie's time came, he was ready, and it's not a surprise to me. If you watched him in the limited minutes he did get, very clearly he can score the basketball. He's very, very talented on the offensive end. He can go get you a bucket. I don't think that was ever the question. It was defense. Can you have the awareness? Can you be responsible? Can you have the discipline to be part of a team defense? Do you know where you're going on offense? Some of that stuff that's a guy that just hasn't played very many minutes at the Division I level. So it's going to take time. And I think what you're seeing right now is that Petit is just blossoming. It's kind of the same as Will Berg. He didn't have a lot of time at the D1 level before this, and the more and more time he gets on the court, the more he plays, just the better and better he's getting. I don't think that's a mistake. Petit, I'm going to have a story this week on Kansas.com. I talked to his dad and his uncle, and they're saying the same thing. He's like, we knew the talent that Dylan had. It's just a matter of putting it together. It's a matter of getting playing time, and I think it's so underrated. Being able to play through your mistakes. Will Berg has told me this multiple times. He's like, in the past at Purdue, if I made a mistake, I'm coming out after 2-3 minutes. Here at Wichita State, he's able to play through mistakes. He's not getting pulled every single time he has a tiny mess up. And you're seeing that with Dylan Petit. He had a lot of great moments there in Memphis. He also had a lot of turnovers and some sloppy play. And Paul Mills did not pull him immediately after those turnovers. He's able to play through those mistakes. And I think that gives these guys so much more confidence, and you're starting to see better play from them. It's a credit to the coaching staff for letting them do that and letting these guys blossom. And it's just a matter of getting more court time for Dylan Petit, because the talent is absolutely there, and we're starting to see more and more of it come through on the court. It is kind of funny to think is like TJ Williams is probably like that breakout star from the first half of the season. Like you said, he gets dinged up, and now Dylan Petit, he's kind of coming through the second half of the season. So WSU's got a lot of good contributions, going at that 4 spot. And if they can get TJ Williams back to playing what he was before that injury, man, they could be all of a sudden that 4 spot can turn into a real big strength for this team.
Talking to Taylor Eldridge, beat reporter for the Wichita Eagle ahead of the Shockers game against Tulsa on Sunday. We kind of talked a little bit about Will Berg, and I asked Coach Mills about that on Friday in his press conference, and brought up the fact that he's played really well off the bench and the humility that it takes for him. It feels like it's hard for teams to have a counter for a 7'2" big that comes off the bench. Most teams, especially in the American, will have some 6'9", 6'10" reserve big come in. And Will Berg has really capitalized on getting to feast off of these secondary big men. You see it a lot more at the NBA level because there's 48 minutes in a game and the rotations are a little bit sharper. But 6 men can really play a difference when they're getting minutes against other teams' reserves. And I think Will Berg has done a phenomenal job at making the most of his minutes. And I think it's really turned Wichita State's season around since that DePaul game, having him come off the bench.
Yeah, and, the biggest thing was he was, getting in foul trouble so often, early in those games. And I think I think Mills pointed that out in your answer that, it's allowing him to avoid, feeling like you're trapped with 2 fouls, in the first 5 minutes of the first half. So, being able to bring him in at that 16-minute mark, it kind of lets him see how the game is progressing. Not feel like, okay, I'm already burdened with early foul trouble. So I think it's definitely helped him. Emmanuel Corafor has done a pretty good job, and they've formed quite the 1-2 punch because they're different players. They let WSU do different things on offense and defense, and it's interesting to see the way that WSU uses both of them because they're both such a huge part of what they do as a team, on offense and defense. So, I think that has been a very good change, and WSU has played some of its best basketball, with Will Berg coming off the bench. But it goes back to what I said the last answer. I think just the more and more time he sees on the floor, he's improving as the season goes. Yes, he needs to finish more around the rim. I think that's probably the one thing that Shocker fans get agitated with him about. He's 7'2". He needs to finish better at the rim.
They're beating the hell out of him, Taylor. They're all the fouls that he has to take on. I mean, I feel bad for him. He's probably got more ice and bruises and stuff after games than anybody.
Oh, absolutely. So, I'm writing a story on him too, and that's what he told me. Is like, I said, what do you want fans to know? About that, and he's like, if you guys could just see my arms, after games, and they're all cut up, they're bruised. because like you said, I mean, he gets hacked down there, and it is tough, but he is on a historic offensive rebounding tear this season. You know, he's one of the best in the country, top 5. If you look on KenPom, he is a huge part to Wichita State's success. And, you know, his defense doesn't get enough credit, I feel like, with the fan base.
Mm-hmm.
He is kind of like a polarizing player, it feels like. But, and man, you know, if you ask me, I think he's one of the most important players, and he's been one of the best two-way players for this team. So, you know, there are some frustrating parts to his game, but, you know, he is getting better as the season progresses, and I think that's what you're starting to see. He's just getting more and more comfortable out there, you know, the longer he spends on the floor.
6th in the country in offensive rebound rate, according to KenPom. He's been fantastic for Wichita State. Talking to Taylor Eldridge here for the Wichita Eagle. Wichita State, they're halfway through their conference season. They've got a big one on Sunday against Tulsa, and you and I have talked about this. Paul Mills is 1-6 in his tenure at Wichita State when playing on 6 or more days of rest. They've got 8 days between games, Saturday to Sunday, and they'll face what many believe, including KenPom, is the best team in the American against Tulsa on the road. This is going to be a big test for Wichita State. What's the early scouting report on the Golden Hurricane?
Yeah, you know, they've really taken off under Aaron Conkle, and their offense, you know, that's what stands out to me. You know, you just look at the numbers, and it's like, man, they are really shooting the basketball, and he's run great stuff. You know, even when they were really bad in conference, you know, I always admired, they just ran great sets. And, you know, now that he's got the players there, you know, they're one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the country. I think they're at 41%, you know, one of the best marks. So that's really going to put a lot of stress on WSU's defense, because, you know, defending the 3-point line, that's going to stretch you out. And, you know, honestly, it's just going to come down to, you know, how Tulsa is shooting the 3 ball that game, I feel like, because they are one of the best just shooting teams. You know, they're great at the line. They're pretty good inside the arc. They're great on the 3-point line. So that's going to be a really, really big test for WSU's defense. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's going to come down to just about every WSU game. You know, how can they dominate the glass? Which is what they have been doing, and, you know, how many second chance points can they rack up? And that's kind of the ongoing challenge for this team. You know, they get so many shots at the rim. They're great at generating those shots. They just really struggle to finish around the rim. So, you know, that's going to be a key part. But really, yeah, just it's going to come down to how well WSU can play defense, and because Tulsa is one of the best offenses in the country right now.
Taylor, before we let you go, you said you're working on a piece on Will Berg as well as a piece on Dylan Battie. Anything else we should be looking out for from you? You did a great job on the Sam Stevens article, who's having a great year on the PGA Tour with that season about to get really into swing, no pun intended. But anything else that you've got in the works that we should be on the lookout for?
Yeah, Dylan Battie one will be a good one to read, I think. Yeah, Will Berg too. Yeah, really cool to see Sam Stevens. You know, that's a guy that I covered back in high school, you know, when he was at Capon. And, you know, I always thought it was cool. He made the PGA Tour. It was such a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he was like, this time, like 2 years ago, he was like 150th in the world. Now he's 40th. He's one of the 40 best golfers in the world.
Wow.
You know, came right here out of Wichita. You know, obviously everyone who knows golf knows his family. You know, that's the legendary, that is the golfing family in Kansas, and just so cool to see his rise in the PGA. And also, I didn't know this. I just put this together when I was working on that story. So he rallied the last tournament of 2025. He went something crazy like eagle, birdie, his last 3 holes, to finish 50th in that FedEx Cup standing, to vault all the way up to 50. And the top 50 guys, they get automatic qualification to the Masters.
Oh,
so
wow.
He's going to be making his first Masters start this April because of that crazy finish to go on eagle, birdie. So that's going to be really cool for the Wichita native. So, yeah, that's a big one for the Wichita sports community, because, you know, everyone who knows Sam, they love him. Such a nice guy. And to see him have this success, so cool to see. Like I said, one of the 40 best golfers in the world right now. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and everybody wants somebody to root for in the Masters, and Sam has always been, he always seems to get up for some of those big tournaments. We kind of see his name on the leaderboard, some top 20s when things roll around for some of the bigger majors, and of course he was here in Wichita finishing second a couple of years ago in the Wichita Open. Taylor, appreciate you and all the work that you've done over the past week. Look forward to talking to you again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
That's Taylor Eldridge, beat reporter for Wichita State for the Wichita Eagle. He joins us every single Tuesday, brought to you by CBD American Shaman Wichita. Now with locations in Wichita and Derby. Life is better with the Feather. When we come back, we'll talk. Jack and I will have a little discussion. The Royals. We haven't had much conversation about them just because they've been fairly quiet since making some moves a month ago. But the Royals are now in a position where the pickings are getting slim. They've got to make some moves. Who is still on the market? We'll talk Royals when we come back here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
What's up, Wichita? Are you juggling work, family, and the needs of your aging parents? Kansas Pace can provide the help you've been looking for. You'll have peace of mind knowing your parent is receiving expert, compassionate care while living at home. Pace provides all the medical care your parent needs with their doctors, nurses, and specialists and therapists who specialize in older adults. Pace takes care all of the paperwork and arranges all the appointments. Pace does all of the driving too. You don't have to take off from work. Pace provides in-home care as well. Kansas Pace takes some of the weight off your back that comes with taking care of aging parents. They become your trusted partner in caretaking. Plus, they have an activity center packed with fun activities your parents will actually look forward to visiting. The medical clinic is right there too, attached to the activity center, so everything is in one place. If you need help taking care of an aging parent, I know it's hard, but if you need help, it will be worth your while to check out Kansas Pace. It could just make your life and your parents' life much easier. Learn how they can help your family today at kansaspace.org. That's Kansas, PACE.org.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Jayhawk fans, for the latest news and information on your Kansas Jayhawks, there's not a better place to go than the all-new KansasNation.com. Interviews, news conferences, feature articles, daily and weekly shows, podcasts. It's all at KansasNation.com. Daily and weekly shows with an all-star lineup including Sean Kellerman, Daniel Courtwright, Ryan Haney, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris, Greg Gurley, Mick Schaefer, Nate Buchanan, Pat Strathman, and many more. KansasNation.com.
Welcome back to The Pulse on Wichita's Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here with you, filling in for Pat here in the final half hour of the show. Pat will be back tomorrow, though. He'll have a regularly scheduled Wednesday show, and we appreciate him for being back in the chair tomorrow. Allow me to do my regular job, be able to go out and talk to some high school kids, do our high school athlete of the week interviews, but always enjoy being here, filling in on the Pulse, and of course enjoy being able to talk Royals with Jack Johnson. Of course, he's the host of the Locked On Royals podcast, talks Royals pretty much on a daily basis, and this point of the offseason is probably the toughest for him because it feels like you're kind of grasping at straws a little bit, trying to create content, and I'm sure that right now the Royals making some somewhat minor moves. They just announced their 25 non-roster invitees for Major League Spring Training. They've announced some small free agent signings to minor league deals with camp invites, but the Royals making some moves with non-roster players getting invited to spring training. Some of the highlights being Jose Cuas, which I didn't understand he was back in the Royals system. Shows how much I've been paying attention. Hector Neris, Aaron Sanchez, both invited to spring training. Catcher-wise, you get Blake Mitchell and Ramon Ramirez, two top-tier catching prospects. Jorge Alfaro, a guy that has bounced around the big leagues, a veteran backstop that probably is going to be in Omaha come April. And then in terms of infield prospects, Daniel Vasquez is a guy they're really high on. Peyton Wilson has had some ups and downs. And then Gavin Cross getting one more opportunity to prove himself. And Carson Roccafor, who a lot of Royals fans and Royals minor league pundits are very high on. Jack, when you take a look at the 25 non-roster guys that the Royals are going to be bringing to spring training, of those who have no MLB experience, just narrowing it down to prospects, is there anybody that you've really got your eyes on that you're looking forward to seeing? Because you'll be down there at spring training for Royal spring training. Is there anybody that you're super keen on seeing against some major league competition?
Well, I think Daniel Vasquez and also guys like Carson Roccafor will be entertaining to watch down there just because there's two prospects right there that you feel within the next year or two they might get a shot at the big leagues. You never know with a guy like Carson Roccafor in the state of the Royals outfield if he would be able to late this season have a shot at getting some playing time in Kansas City. I mean, I know last year, basically a year ago right now, there was no indication that Carter Jensen was going to be in the big leagues in September, and he was just great for the entire year in Double-A and then also in Triple-A with Omaha, and the power really surged at that point. You could see similar stuff happening for Roccafor. He's a very polished center fielder. He's great defensively, and the bat is really starting to come along. Whereas Vasquez, I see a little bit of Michael Garcia in him, a little bit of Adalberto Mondesi, and some of the best traits that he had of being this very athletic, good-armed shortstop. And that's a good sign to have in training camp early on, where when you're 20 to 21 years old and you get that opportunity, that's not just somebody getting tossed a bone. That clearly means that the organization has high expectations for you if you're playing with some big leaguers while you're probably going to start the year in Quad Cities and High A for the Royals organization. And then as for guys that could make an immediate impact, I'm always, entertained by watching the minor league deal guys come in and compete for a spot. Hector Neris has been a long-time reliever. Aaron Sanchez is trying to make a comeback. I know that Alex Lang is kind of in that category, though he has a major league deal, though with minor league options. But all three of those guys they're going to get their opportunity in camp. And clearly the Royals like something of what those guys have to offer, despite not doing much at the big league level over the last couple of years. So to watch those guys up close and personal, I'll be all over that. And, certainly the guys that will be on the roster, those players will be exciting to watch and see how much they've grown in a year or 2 years. But as for the guys that nobody's really talking about, the ones that fly under the radar, those would be a couple of names that I would bring up.
Aaron Sanchez pitched against the Royals in the ALCS in 2015. I mean, he's been around for a long time, but he's battled some injuries and kind of bounced around the league a little bit. But it feels like this is kind of the last stand for Gavin Cross. They didn't protect him for the Rule 5 draft. The former top 10 pick is not to his own discredit. I mean, there have been some things that have really just gone wrong for him in his developmental process. Of course, he had the tick-borne disease that kept him out of basically his first full season of minor league baseball. There's some things that you can't control, and that's one of them. He had to put that weight back on, and he has not really impressed. It feels like a lot of eyes are going to be on him, but I'm not holding out much hope for him being a long-term piece here. But I think the interesting piece is Frank Mazzucato is going to be there. I'm sure he's going to be a guy that a lot of people are going to be watching the radar gun when he steps up on the mound, because he was kind of a soft-tossing lefty when he came out of a high school in Connecticut. He's gradually risen through the Royals minor league system to the point where he was in Double-A last year. But when it comes to Mazzucato, is there any hope that he can turn into what the Royals wanted him to be when they selected him 7th overall back in 2022?
He can't really reach that level until the velocity has a bit of an uptick. And my big issue with him is that for a lot of people out there, they treat him like he's a 5th or 6th round pick that's supposed to be slowly developing and this and that, and you can take their time. There have been guys that were drafted in his same draft class in high school, guys that have catapulted already up to the big leagues, or at least right at the doorstep of the big leagues. And at the time, it felt like a little bit of a reach when the Royals took him. It was very much an underslot type deal, and they had to be right on it. And he was pitching in a state, if you follow high school ball closely enough, he was from the Connecticut area. It's not that it's a bad thing to go and scout there, but you also can acknowledge that when somebody puts up the numbers he did in high school, it's not the same competition that you see in California. It's not the same competition you see in Texas or Florida, where there's really the hotbed for big league talent. He's pretty low on my list right now. Clearly, the Royals still have hope for him, and he's got the command. He's got really good spin on his curveball, but when you're sitting 88 to 90 miles an hour and you don't have the greatest control, that's not really going to entice anybody. So it kind of feels like his last shot to be seen as a big-name prospect for this organization. I mean, after all, they're a bottom 5 farm system in baseball, and that's also because they've graduated a couple of guys, and he's still somebody that's trying to find true footing in Double-A, and once he can do that, then he'll probably be back on my radar.
Are you surprised at all not to see your boy Blake Walters on the list at the very least? It felt like he might have made some headway. I know that last year you were really high on him, and I know that you said that the organization was. He's in his 20s now. He's been in pro ball for a couple of years. Are you surprised that he didn't make the list?
I would say a little bit. He's still got good stuff. He just hasn't really put it all together as quickly as I thought he would. When I was down in spring training 2 years ago, he was this name of, can't miss guy. The stuff was explosive. He could sit mid to high 90s. It was only going to get better from that point. And with the Royals' development of pitching talent, you really had no reason to doubt that would be the case. Now, though, he's not even a top 4 prospect pitching-wise in the organization, at least when I view it. My top 3 are David Shields, Kendry Churio, and Ben Kudrna. And then I'd maybe go with Blake Walters there. I also thought Hero Wyatt would be somebody that would be further along than he is right now. But you can't hit on all of them. Yeah. And the Royals, I'm sure, just want to see a little bit more from him. He's got to mature a bit when it comes to what he has to offer as a prospect. And once he gets to that point this year and can maybe get close to Double-A, maybe next year is when you could see him in big league camp again.
Yeah, and he's still fairly young in his prospect development cycle. I mean, he's only 21. He'll have plenty of time to develop. But, as Shane and I were in here in the studio listening to you and Sterling go back and forth on the Royals earlier today. But when it comes to where the Royals are at this offseason, they had, I'm sure, a shopping list and wanted to see some guys that were available. They wanted to find some more bats, and you brought up the fact that Isaac Collins is a pretty high floor bat that they could put in that lineup, and they don't really need another outfielder at this point. But where things sit right now, are you content with where the Royals are? Or do you think they need to just add at least one more guy to the team?
Well, in a perfect world, they would be able to add another outfielder that could make you feel safer about what they have going into the regular season. They also just didn't match up with anybody, or at least haven't so far. I have my doubts that in 2 weeks they're going to be able to find that trade partner. It's not that they haven't been searching. It's not that they haven't been trying. That's a big misconception with a lot of people out there. I mean, I would ask everybody, if you went to Boston and you're the Royals GM and you say, I really love Jarren Duran, and they go, that's great, we'll take Cole Reagans, and they don't back down in the price, well, what are you going to do there? Are you going to pivot? Are you going to continue to do that? I mean, the Royals have tried to get multiple trade offers from Boston. They just didn't pivot off of Cole Reagans. So you hang up the phone and go, that's not going to be in our cards. We're not going to trade our number one for somebody that you're not even planning to start in the outfield this year.
Well, it also doesn't help that Framber Valdez is still available. They can float that as like, well, we still have a left-handed pitcher that we can go out and pay if we really wanted to. I mean, there are still some arms on the market where the Royals, some teams would rather pay money to go out and get guys than to pay players to do that.
Yeah, and then they also get Ranger Suarez, so they have a pretty legitimate 1-2. They added Sonny Gray in the offseason. They have Brian Bayo, too. I mean, it's one of the best rotations in all of baseball, and so now they're more so looking at what can they do to replace the production left by Alex Bregman, and the Royals don't have that, of course, and that's why the Red Sox trade possibility or trade likelihood with Jarren Duran has decreased by the day. Then with St. Louis, I mean, same thing for those that have been complaining about them not landing that bat they want. Okay, well, there's a reason Brendan Donovan also hasn't been traded yet. The asking price is very high when they've gone to the Royals. It's been Noah Cameron, David Shields, and Blake Mitchell. I mean, you're not going to do that for one player, even though he might be the perfect fit for your team. So that's where I think a lot of people are under the assumption they're not trying and, we're just not going to give up our prospects. The asking price for the guys that would make a difference in this lineup are astronomical.
Yeah.
That's just something where you revisit it at the trade deadline. I think they need to add to their bench. I think they need to round it out if they're going to have as many platoon lineups as they typically like to do under Matt Quatraro. And you got to hang on to your pitching. And that's a big part of this team. It was a big part of their success in 2024. They just didn't have the depth last year. And now you're going to have about 7 to 8 guys that can start games for you in 2026. You've upgraded your bullpen. You've added your best reliever in Matt Strahm. And now you're counting on the production of Isaac Collins. You're not giving up on Jack Caglione. A lot of people have because his rookie season was so poor. But if Jack Caglione turns into the prospect the rest of baseball thinks he's going to be, you'll feel much different about this outfield come June when you have Caglione starting every day. And Isaac Collins is likely going to be a very high floor type of bat with good defense in left field. And as for center field, you're running a platoon. Good defense with Kyle Isbell, Lefty Crusher, and Lane Thomas. So I want to wait and see how that goes before I really panic about the outfield. But it is in a much better state than it was last year. That's where a lot of people are going off the rails with it. Last year, their opening day outfield was MJ Melendez, Kyle Isbell, and Hunter Renfroe.
Yeah.
They are significantly better in that department, and I do expect them to have better production than they had last year.
And I think that the floor this year is probably the same. I don't want to say the same because it was pretty damn bad last year with that outfield. But the ceiling with the combination of Cags, Collins, and Isbell, and potentially Lane Thomas, I mean, that's a pretty high ceiling. What about I was never a huge fan of Tyler Tolbert as a base runner. I thought he was super overrated when it comes to pinch running. Is that an area the Royals could use another guy as just as a courtesy runner, basically? Because I thought that Tyler Tolbert was pretty underwhelming when it came to his base running last year, as pretty much the only thing he did.
I don't think that he ran enough. I would have loved to see him try to swipe a few more bags. He had the speed. I thought that his defense could play up from time to time. He also just he never really became the defender that I thought he could be. I mean, he could play second, he could play third, he can play center, left, right field. The defense wasn't as impressive to me. The bat, it was better than I thought it would. He's still majority, though, a singles hitter. He's not really going to move the needle for you that much. And I would urge a lot of people to debate the question of, well, what would you rather have on the bench? Somebody that in the 8th or 9th inning, if it's a one-run game, can go steal second base, or would you rather have somebody that is more of an offensive threat. I'm kind of on the latter at this point. I mean, everybody thinks the Royals need to replicate what they had with Gerard Dyson and Terrence Gore. Well, it's not quite the same. Gerard Dyson, along with being an elite base stealer, was an elite defender. I mean, he would have been a starter on a lot of teams out there. Terrence Gore
could have 4 WAR in a
threat
season one time. I mean, he was not he
Yeah.
wasn't a net negative offensively. I mean, there was a year where he was like borderline really good.
Yeah, I mean, he had to fill in multiple times when Alex Gordon was hurt and when Lorenzo Cain was battling something, or when they went away from Aoki or Rios. I mean, he was more than just a bench player and a base stealer. And Terrence Gore, though he wasn't a good bat, he wasn't a good defender, he was automatic in stealing bases. And that's, to me, those are the only 2 reasons I would have a quote-unquote base stealer on my bench, is if they're an elite base stealer, they're an elite defender, or it's automatic. It's almost a cheat code of they're going to be able to advance a base every time they're out there. I don't get that from Tyler Tolbert, and I don't get that from Dairon Blanco. Where this Royals team is, they need to have more depth offensively on the bench. They need to be able to go out there and have somebody who can pinch hit in a big spot in the 8th inning, and not just pinch hit somebody because they hit from the right side going up against a lefty. There were too many guys on the bench last year, especially late in the season, that did just that. It was, we're going to hit Nick Lofton against the lefty, even though he's hitting 180 against lefties, because he's a different look than a lefty would give you. I would rather see them go and round out the last 2 spots on the bench with an Adam Frazier or an Austin Hayes.
Yeah, if Nick Lofton is on the bench and he's the first guy off the bench to hit in the 8th inning against a lefty reliever, I'm gonna have some words, and I'm sure Jack could feel the exact same. But before we move on to Take 2 Tuesday, what's your favorite storyline heading into spring training? I'm sure that Jack Caglione is going to be pretty high up on the list, but in terms of things that whether it be camp battles or guys that you're looking forward to seeing, what's your favorite storyline, buzz topic that you're going to be looking forward to seeing when you head down to Surprise for the start of spring training?
I would say just for the number of guys that need to have a bounce back season that have been written off. I mean, you bring up Jack Caglione, that's one. I'm amazed at the amount of people that already want him released, cut, and demoted. Now, that's the very small minority of vocal Royals fans, but it's amazing how quickly after one bad season it was, okay, this guy's not the answer. He's never going to be the answer. We got to move on. There's a lot of people around baseball, advanced scouts, analysts that go, this guy could be a 40 home run bat this year if everything comes together. And it is a big if. I get it. If you got a sample size like he had and you hit 160, people are going to be skeptical. But it's not just him to me. I mean, there's some people that don't believe Cole Reagans is still a number 1, despite a lot of people out there thinking he's a top 15 pitcher in baseball.
Yeah.
If he's healthy, he's ready to go. I got no reason to believe he can't be a number 1. Chris Bubich, he can be the second best pitcher on this team if he stays healthy. And I know that you're playing the hypothetical game, the shoulda, woulda, coulda, all this and that. There's a lot of guys, though, that if they can stay healthy, you have a tremendous player in them. I mean, Cole Reagans can be a Cy Young finalist. Chris Bubich can be an all-star again, and that's going to pick up the production that's likely left by Seth Lugo and Michael Walker regressing a little bit more at their age. Jonathan India is another name here. I mean, he's maybe the most polarizing guy and probably will be scapegoat number 1 if the offense doesn't get off to a good start because the Royals decided to tender his contract, and that's $8.5 to $9 million. And for what he gave you last year, he's not worth that. But I would also urge everybody to go back and look at his injuries that he suffered. I mean, they were very freaky, fluky injuries where if I was to roll the dice again, am I going to get snake eyes with it? Is it like that's kind of the odds I'm playing with here because he got hit in the head in the opening day series against Cleveland. So that sets him back a little bit. He steals or is going to second base against the Cardinals, or he was covering second base, and it was Wilson Contreras that spiked him on the shin. That sidelined him a little bit with a sore knee. He also had a quad injury from playing multiple different positions like left field and third base, which he'd never played before. He also had a shoulder subluxation by diving up the middle at second base. Like all of these things can be very avoidable, right? You're not a quad injury when you're playing left field. Well, newsflash, he's not playing left field anymore. He's only playing second base. Okay, am I going to say that Jonathan India don't get hit in the head by a pitch? I mean, I guess it kind of comes down to who's pitching, who's on the mound here, but I'd venture a guess he doesn't get hit by a 99-mile-an-hour fastball by Emmanuel Clase in the head again.
Yeah.
He could get
well,
hit.
He sure as hell won't because Clase is not playing baseball this year.
Yeah, no, so you can rule him out. He also got hit on the wrist late in the season, and that sidelined him for a bit. So none of these, I'd be far more concerned if the numbers weren't there and it was just all these, like Michael Massey always has this back flare-up problem. That concerns me more than having a dive that you land on your shoulder wrong and that sets you back. He absolutely can return to form here. I think it's a good thing that so many people have just written him off of, he's terrible. He's never going to be good. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he returns to a 350 OBP guy. You're going to be hitting him 7th in the lineup and not leadoff. That takes more pressure off your shoulders. But those would be my storylines of the guys that have been written off a little bit. Man, it's not going to surprise me if those I just mentioned, they come out and have a really good year by their standards. And if they do, I got no reason to doubt that the Royals will be back in October in 2026.
There's a ceiling for this team, and it's a lot higher than what we saw last year. If the Royals hit some spots, they feel like a team that really could be better than the team that went to the ALDS in 2024. All right, when we return, we're going to hit a break. We're going to wrap up the show with the Take Two Tuesday and our answer to the Tanker Barbecue burnt end of the hour question. That's all coming up next when we wrap up the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This is the Pulse on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, football fans, break out the Bandito on game day with El Bandito Yankee Tequila. It's an ultra-premium tequila made from 100% Blue River agave from the highlands of Jalisco, Mexico. There's no fake colorings or flavors in their verified additive-free Blanco, Reposado, and Añejo. Pick it up at your local store or ask for it at your favorite restaurant or bar. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bandito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. And you can go to elbanditoyankee.com to learn more.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
The high school game of the week returns to ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. This week, 2 local schools battle in a non-conference showdown you won't want to miss. Wichita Heights looks to parlay a 2-0 week in the January Jam as they head out east and face Andover Central, who's looking to spur a losing streak. It's all happening this Friday, 7 o'clock on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
We're wrapping up a Tuesday edition of the Pulse here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM and streaming live on the ESPN Wichita app. Chance Lebo alongside Jack Johnson here. Before we get into a Take Two Tuesday, we've got a question or an answer to the question you were asked at the end of hour number 1. Here is Jack Johnson with the answer for our Tanker Barbecue burnt end of the hour question.
With Kansas State in Morgantown tonight against the Mountaineers of West Virginia, all you need to do was tell me K-State's all-time record against West Virginia. The correct answer, they are 13-16 in those 29 games.
Well, we had a texter text that in, and we made sure that Pat has the number for that texter. We'll send that to Pat. Pat will be in communication with you, texter, and you'll be sure to get your free Tanker Barbecue. Highly recommend everything on that menu. They have been fantastic partners for us, and can't wait to dive in there. All right, Jack, it is Take Two Tuesday, and we'll wrap up the show with that. You give us a category, we give our best to for that category. What is the category today?
All right, give me your 2 most overrated teams in college basketball so far.
Okay, let me pull up the AP Top 25 poll real quick, and I'll take a look. I think Iowa State traditionally is just overrated. They have, under TJ Otzelberger, they've come out of the gates with a really weak schedule, and then they use that to boost up their resume. I don't see this team as a team that's going to make a deep run in the tournament, because under TJ Otzelberger, that just hasn't happened often. So I'm going to go with Iowa State as my number 1 most overrated team. What about you, Jack? What's your number 1 most overrated team?
I would maybe venture a guess right now that Purdue is one of those teams that feels destined for a first weekend exit. They have shut a lot of people up ever since losing to Farley Dickinson. They made a pretty deep run in the tournament a couple years ago. They got to the national championship game against UConn. I want to say they made a pretty deep run last year as well, even though Florida was the champion that year. And then another one I would bring up, Alabama a little bit. Alabama's one of those teams that the last couple of years, man, they've been one of the scary forces in the SEC, and they have so much NBA talent on that roster. But this is one of those first years where Nate Oates just hasn't impressed me as much. And they got a test, I want to say, against Mizzou tonight. They host Mizzou in Tuscaloosa, a Missouri team that's coming off their buzzer-beating win against Oklahoma. They need to beat Missouri pretty good for me to think they're one of those tournament teams that can make it to the second weekend. So I will say for now, Auburn's my number 1. Number 2 would be Alabama. If I had to throw an honorable mention, I'm curious what's going to happen with Nebraska once they lose a game. The Big Ten has been, other than Michigan and Nebraska and Illinois, it's been kind of a weak conference, and they do have a win in Champaign against Illinois. So it's not like they haven't played anybody, but it's a Nebraska team that is never looked at as a top team, and now to be top 5.
They never won a
country,
tournament game.
Yeah, they never won a tournament game. And, with them, I'll be curious to know what it looks like when they do lose that first game and how Fred Hoiberg's squad responds. I'm not going to call them overrated, but I do want to see what they look like the closer we get to the tournament.
I'll wrap mine up. I'll go Vandy. I think that their 16-0 start was inflated by a really weak non-conference schedule. Their best win of the non-con slate, you could argue, was UCF in the second game of the year, and they've lost 3 of their last 4, and 2 of them in blowout fashion to really uncompetitive squads. So I'll go with Vandy as my second most overrated team in college basketball. Jack, thanks so much for hanging out with me over these last 2 days. Pat will be back in the chair tomorrow. For producer Jack Johnson, I'm Chance Lebo saying thanks for listening to The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
All right, you're all clear, Chance. Good work.
Thanks, Jack.